dais he grudgingly sat at. Jaeger always knew he could fall in love with Nisi Lawrence. He just didn't realize he'd already fallen in love with her. Head over heels, can't imagine his life without her. No one else will ever do in love with her. Of course, she kept fighting him. That's what Nisi did with anyone not a crow who tried to get too close. Not surprising, really. She'd been through a lot. All the crows had in one way or another. That's what he found so amazing about all of them. They all found such joy in the lives they had now, and he admired that. But Nisi amazed him the most. She was everything he'd ever wanted. Now he had to figure out how to get her. Not just sex, either. He wanted to come home at night and find her there. He wanted to check in with her before he committed to any weekend offers, because she may have already planned something for them. He wanted to get pissed because all her girly shit was overtaking his apartment. That's what he wanted. And it had been a long time since he'd gotten what he wanted. Staring at Nisi, he found himself thinking about her naked. Naked and wet and all over him. If you stare at her any harder... Jaeger smiled and turned to the older woman next to him. I don't know what you mean. Morgan laughed. An old-school Valkyrie, the 54-year-old woman practically raised Jaeger and his generation of ravens. She taught them everything important. How to throw a good punch, how to set things on fire discreetly, and how to pick up girls. And Morgan had made him well aware of how much the current Valkyrie situation galled her. The Valkyries Jaeger was raised with were mighty in their fierceness. Their sexiness came out of their outright viciousness and Viking-like philosophies. Like the original 7, the Valkyries he knew and loved did not play games, try and act cute, or take anyone's crap, especially Odin's. Gorgeous, isn't she? Has someone stolen my little Will's heart? Like a thief in the night. Well, all I have to say is thank the gods it's a crow. If it were one of these wannabe Valkyrie bitches, I'd be beyond pissed. The beauty of Morgan. She never really said anything quietly. Typical Jersey Shore female, although she and her family now lived near his Long Island home. Jaeger didn't have to look to know every young Valkyrie eye on the dais was glowering at Morgan, and Morgan knew it, too. She simply didn't care. And, I like the crows. I did some work with Dee Dee once. She's fierce. Morgan looked over at the crow table, and Jaeger knew exactly what the woman would do before she did it. Hey, Dee Dee! Dee Dee, it's me, Morgan! Jaeger looked down at his plate to hide his grin. Fancy dinner, and Morgan yells across the room. Very nice, Morgan. Morgan slammed back her scotch and motioned to a waiter for another. Was that not subtle? Jaeger laughed. She tapped his hand. Are you out on the island this weekend? Maybe. I'm really hoping to get in some Nisi time. Nothing quite like bird love. You Valkyries are always so jealous. The only thing that flies around you is your horses. Morgan smiled as she took the scotch handed to her. Smart ass. Wherever did you get that attitude from? You? Oh, yeah, she chuckled. So is she coming? Jaeger smiled, and Morgan rolled her eyes in response. Is she coming to Long Island, you goober? I hadn't thought about it. I guess I could ask her. Morgan stared up at him. You forgot to comb your hair again, didn't you? Jaeger winced. Yeah. She smiled at him in that maternal way she seemed to keep just for him. You always forget to comb your hair. Yeah, I think it bothers Nisi. Choking out a laugh, Morgan put her scotch down untouched. Yeah, that's it. She hates it. What does that mean? Nothing. She glanced over again at the table of crows. What do you think they're talking about over there? Men, clothes, or shoes? The crows? I'm sure it's something scary. There is a definite, specific distinction between a psychopath and a sociopath, Connie. Yes, Katie, but we're talking about narcissists, and I just don't see that they're any different from sociopaths. You're wrong. There are definite differences between the two. Nisi glanced over to see Ari rubbing her eyes and stifling a yawn. Such a cute little thing. Although she should rethink dyeing her hair that color green. It did not suit her. Nisi brought her Long Island iced tea to her lips as Janelle stared off across the room and quietly stated, "If I were any more bored, I'd set myself on fire." Spitting out her drink, Nisi burst into a laugh, the other crows joining in as they helped her wipe up. Janelle chuckled. "Sorry, hon. You okay?" Nisi nodded as a waiter swooped in and took her empty glass and cleaned up what he could. I'm fine. He's staring at you again." Nisi didn't even turn around this time, knowing Katie meant Jaeger. Nisi had sensed the moment Jaeger's eyes were on her. She could feel it like a physical touch. Still, she wanted to check, to see those amazing eyes looking at her like she was the most beautiful woman in the world. But she knew if she did that, she'd end up staring, and he'd stare back, and then it would get typically embarrassing. Janelle shook her head. "Hon, he's got it bad." "That's not my problem. I don't see a problem." "Of course you don't, 'cause it's not your problem." "Forget it, Janelle." Katie, sitting sideways, leaned back in her chair, her arm casually hanging over it. "Until she gets over her past, she's going to continue being this way." Nisi wasn't sure what pissed her off more, the fact that Katie discussed her like she wasn't in the room, or the fact that she actually had the balls to bring up her past. What the hell does that mean? It means that until you let your past and what you did as a kid to survive go, you'll never think you deserve anything that's not specifically scold-related. Are you done? No. Katie adjusted the latex bustier of her dress. A bit of her tattoo stuck out from under it. There were 2 cops working the city streets this night wearing that same tattoo. Jaeger represents what you consider to be nice, clean, and wholesome. Nisi laughed suddenly. She couldn't help herself. She'd fucked the man. Wholesome was not a word she'd equate to Wilhelm Jaeger. Katie paused for only a moment before continuing. Too nice for the girl who proudly sported gang tattoos. Too wholesome for the girl who used to deal drugs to college kids. Too clean for the girl who used to steal cars and had to sleep in an alley more than once. "Well, who hasn't done that?" Janelle asked while staring at her margarita. "Don't even get me started on you, Jay. Your throat is just begging for a collar." Janelle nodded, then her head snapped up. "Huh?" It galled Nisi how close Katie was to the truth. Closer than she wanted anyone to get, even her sisters. "Back off, Katie." "What's the matter, niece? Hitting a little too close to home?" "In a second, that won't be the only thing that's hit." Katie held up her hands. "Fine. But remember, Jaeger's not the kind of guy who's going to sit around waiting for you to get over your bullshit." "Dee-Dee? Dee-Dee!" The crows all turned and stared up at the dais as one of the older Valkyries made her way over to Dee-Dee. "A friend of yours, boss?" "Don't start. Jay Morgan is very good people. Old school Valkyrie." "You mean the real Valkyries?" "Pretty much." Ari leaned over, tapping Nisi's arm. "How much longer?" she whispered. Glad to be discussing anything besides her past or Jaeger, Nisi leaned down and whispered, "There's still the speeches, I think." "Speeches?" Ari looked stricken. The glamour of coming to this little event had worn off for her, and like the rest of them, she was ready to go. "Yeah, I know, and they're really boring." Appearing on the verge of tears, but this time from boredom, Ari stood up. "I'll be right back. Going to the ladies." She headed out of the big room. Who said going to the bathroom like that anymore, besides Ari? Where's she going? Dee Dee asked as she sipped her martini. She's going to the ladies. When Dee Dee simply stared at her, she went to hit the head. Oh, why didn't you just say that then? Nisi shook her head as Katie and Janelle followed after Ari to the bathroom. When Dee Dee stood up to talk to the Valkyrie who'd yelled at her across the room, Nisi glanced up at the dais, hoping to catch a glimpse of Jaeger. But he was gone. Damn, he must have gone to hit the head, too. Katie quickly came back into the room and wound her way over to the table. She crouched down beside Nisi. "You better come quick," she whispered, glancing up at Dee Dee. "What? What's wrong?" she whispered back. "I think Ari's having a little bit of a panic attack." Clearly, Katie didn't want Dee Dee to hear. Everyone knew she still wasn't ready to give Ari her blessing. Something like this would make her crazy. Crap. Nisi pushed her chair out. I'll be back, Dee Dee. Gotta take care of something." Dee Dee gave a dismissive wave as she continued her conversation. Nisi followed Katie out into the main reception area, and that's when Katie grabbed one arm and Janelle caught the other. "Hey!" The two women dragged her through the hotel reception and out the front doors. Then they tossed her into the back of a limo. She landed face first into Jaeger's lap. Ari leaned in and tossed her jacket at her. "Have fun!" Then they slammed the door closed and the limo pulled out into traffic. Nisi pushed herself up and glared at Jaeger. "You know," he said with a huge grin, "you could have kept your head in my lap." She sat back into the plush leather seat. "Now you're involving sweet, innocent Ari in your bullshit?" "What can I say? She likes me." Nisi pushed her bangs out of her eyes. At some point, she would really need a haircut. She glanced out the window. Unable to hide her frustration, she growled, "Why are we heading downtown?" "I want to see your apartment." "Why?" "'Cause I want to see your bed." Jaeger hadn't even moved, but she held her hand up anyway. "Stay right where you are, Jaeger. I haven't done anything yet." "Yeah, but you're giving me that look again, and I don't plan on doing anything in this freaking limo." Smiling, Jaeger settled back in the seat. "You're no fun." They eyed each other from their respective corners. Finally, Jaeger asked, "You got condoms, right?" "Here?" He sighed. "In your apartment." He really shouldn't enjoy the fact that she couldn't remember if she had condoms or not, but he did. Knowing Nisi as well as he did, he had no doubt the only reason she may not have condoms in her apartment was because she hadn't had a partner in a while. Good. Why should he be the only one suffering since he had that mind-blowing vision? Jaeger hit the intercom. "Hey, Chuck, do me a favor and stop at the drugstore before we get to Dr. Lawrence's apartment." "You got it." He looked over at Nisi and found her with her face in her hands. "What's wrong?" "Are you trying to embarrass the hell out of me?" "Come on, Nisi, we're all adults. Besides, would you prefer he thought I was going in bareback?" "Who said you were... Oh!" She turned away and stared out the window, but she didn't tell him to stop the limo. Thank God. Jaeger loved that he could get Nisi all worked up and crazy. In almost every other aspect of her life, Nisi ruled with an iron fist, always in complete and utter control. Yet for some reason, he made her positively unglued. "You all wet for me, Lawrence?" Nisi's head snapped around, and immediately her eyes strayed to the intercom. "Don't worry, baby, it's not on." He looked her in the eye. "I wouldn't do that to you. Ever. You know that, right?" She stared at him for so long, he thought for sure she was about to say, "Are you fucking kidding?" But instead she simply nodded her head, turned back to the window, muttering low. "Yeah, Jaeger, I know." He watched as her finger came up and drew a small star in the condensation on the window. He decided to leave her alone until they got to her place, since he didn't want her jumping out of a moving limo just to get away from him. But the next thing she said to him got his cock so hard he barely managed to stay over on his side. "And I am all wet for you." Keys hitting the floor never sounded so loud. As she quickly crouched down to retrieve them, Jaeger was already there, scooping them up. "Which one?" Pointing at her front door key. "That one." They both stood up at the same time, and Jaeger reached around her to put the key in the lock. With his free hand, he encircled her waist and brushed his lips against the side of her neck. She leaned back against him, enjoying the feel of his hard chest against her back. Somehow, he managed to kiss her neck while unlocking her front door. He pushed the door open and, while keeping a tight hold on her waist, walked them both into the apartment. Once inside, with the door closed and locked, Jaeger stopped and stared. "I was going to ask you where the bedroom is, but—" She smiled and stepped into her loft apartment. "Christ, woman, is that a basketball court?" "Just a half one." She took his hand and led him into the enormous room. "Before you wonder if this is from drug money, one of the older crows hooked me up. The building's rent-controlled. I only pay $350 a month." Again, Jaeger stopped and stared, but this time at her. "You got this place for how much? And I never thought it was from drug money." She chuckled. Nisi had always loved her apartment. It was, to be blunt, freakin' enormous. It used to be an old warehouse that a crow, way before Nisi's time, bought and renovated. Since then, only crows lived in or owned this building. The current owner was a cranky old crow, so she and Nisi got along just fine. "You know what I find amazing?" Nisi pulled off her jacket and threw it over the bed and into the chair filled with a week's worth of dirty clothes. Then she jumped back onto her big bed and bounced there several times before she settled down. "No, what?" "The fact that you have all this space with your motorcycle over there, a half court over there." He gestured to bookshelves right behind him. "And you still have all your books piled into one corner." Nisi winced. "I keep meaning to get to that." "Sidetracked with all that saving the world stuff?" Snorting a short laugh. "Give me a break. All we do is keep the balance. That's it. I leave saving the world to the Christians and Greenpeace." She lay back on her bed and proceeded to kick her shoes off. "Need some help with the dress?" For a split second, Nisi almost said, "What the hell for?" Then her dumbass caught up with the moment and she took a deep breath. She'd given up the fight, at least for tonight. She wanted to fuck Jaeger. She wanted to fuck him bad. "Yeah, that'd be great." Jaeger pulled off his cashmere coat and laid it across a kitchen chair. He slowly walked to the bed and stood in front of her. "Stand up." Sliding off the bed, Nisi stood in front of Jaeger. Gently, he gripped her shoulders and turned her away from him. His hand slid across her bare shoulders, caressing the skin. Nisi closed her eyes, enjoying the rough feel of Jaeger's fingers against her flesh. "I do really like you in this dress." Working really hard not to squirm, she said, "Thanks. I felt a little ridiculous in it. It's not my thing." Nisi felt Jaeger's mouth on her neck at the same time the dress zipper slid down. "You're not wearing a bra." When you're an average A, there was really not much reason. "No." "So the panties only, huh?" "Except for the shoes and the thigh-highs, yeah." Jaeger buried his face in her neck and groaned. "Don't add anything, Lawrence. You're already killing me." "Really?" she asked, surprised at the husky tone of her voice. "So I shouldn't tell you how hard it was not to squirm in my seat the whole night? Or how I kept thinking about you naked and between my thighs?" Jaeger's hand clamped around her mouth. "You really need to stop talking now." He pulled her back against his body. "At least until we get this first one out of the way." Nisi pried his fingers off her face while he stripped the dress off her body. The first what? Next thing she knew, she was face down over her kitchen table. Torn between laughing her ass off and moaning uncontrollably, Nisi realized she'd never been so comfortable with a man before in her entire life. Anyone slamming her down over a table should freak her out royally. Instead, she kept laughing while trying to twist around and find out what Jaeger was up to. But he laid his hand flat against her back to keep her in place. Nisi heard his pants drop, the ripping of the condom box, then the condom package. She squirmed a bit, and Jaeger growled, "Don't move. I'm barely holding on here, baby." She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she just couldn't help herself. Teasing him was so much fun. Spreading her legs, she looked over her shoulder and said, "Then you better get off your ass and fuck me, Will." "You," he ground out, "are such a vicious brat." Jaeger kicked her legs farther apart as he kept her rooted to the spot with one hand. His other hand slid over her ass and down between her legs. She moaned as 2 fingers pushed their way into her. "What am I going to do with this body tonight, Lawrence? How many different ways am I going to make you scream my name?" She panted as his fingers went deeper. "Damn, Nisi, you're drenched. Is all this just for me?" "Not if you keep making me wait." Jaeger leaned over her, his tongue licking across her spine. "We've got all night, baby." "You've got till dawn." He paused, his body suddenly tight. "What if I want to fuck you in the morning?" "That's not part of the deal." "There's a deal?" "There is now." A long moment of silence followed that declaration, and Nisi worried he might leave, especially when he pulled his fingers from her body. She didn't want him to leave, but she didn't want nice guy Jaeger to have any false hopes either. Waking up in his arms would be a huge mistake, and they both knew it. Strong hands gripped her hips, yanking her body back. His latex-covered cock slammed into her, forcing its way past tight muscle. She winced as her body took a moment to adjust to his size. As always, it was a snug but delightful fit. "Then I guess I shouldn't waste a second, huh, Lawrence?" Jaeger demanded as his hand slipped around to the front of her body and slid between her thighs. "Nope," she gasped as his fingers found her clit. "You better not." It was pretty much the last thing she said for the next few hours. Waldegrave took apart his rifle. He loved the monotony of meticulously cleaning his weapons. It allowed his mind to focus on more interesting things, like the hunt. His congregation of hunters knew they'd been preparing for something, but they had no idea what. Not surprising. How often does a true test of one's skill come? How often do you truly risk your life while on a hunt? How often does a goddess put you on this path? He worshipped her not merely because of her beauty or power, but because her cruel nature spoke to him. She understood him when no one else did. Not his ex-wives, not his children. And when she finally gave him a task, it was something as wonderful as this. A true hunt for the best hunters. "What do you want us to do with the body?" Waldegrave didn't bother looking at the carcass of one of his loyal disciples. They'd caught him, but he'd done his duty. He knew the boy had revealed nothing before dying because no crows attacked his house. They were not females who waited for anything. If the crows knew where they were, they'd be breathing down his neck this very moment. No, they still had time. "Prepare him for the pyre. We'll offer his body to the flames and his soul to her." "No, stop!" Jaeger's cock popped out of her mouth and she glared up at him. "What is it now?" "You can't keep going down on me every time I try to have a conversation with you." "Want to bet?" Nisi licked her lips and again wrapped her mouth around his hard cock. "God damn it, Nisi." She liked when he moaned that. Made her feel kind of powerful. She deep-throated him and sucked hard. His back arched, and she thought for sure he would pop. And if he popped, he sure as hell wouldn't feel like talking. Instead, however, he grabbed her shoulders and hauled her off. Next thing she knew, he'd flipped her on her back and pinned her down with his body. "I want to talk." "Then find a priest or a therapist." That seemed like a pretty nasty thing to say, but he only smiled at her. Why couldn't she have a normal stalker like everybody else? "You can't fight me forever, Nisi." "Really?" "Yeah, really." He sat up, bringing her with him. "Now let's get you comfortable." She was comfortable, with his cock in her mouth. But no, that wasn't good enough for Will We Have to Talk Jaeger. Jaeger pulled her up until her back touched the headboard. Then he grabbed hold of the sheet and covered her. Sitting down close beside her, Jaeger fixed the sheet so that it covered his hips and his gorgeous cock. Disappointing. Once he put them the way he wanted, he turned to her. "So, tell me about yourself." "No." "What do you mean, no?" "I mean, no. This wasn't part of the deal." "Actually, we don't have a deal. All you said on the phone was that you wanted no dating and no relationship. At the moment, that's what we have." Nisi turned her body so she could look Jaeger in the eye. "What do you mean, at the moment?" "Come on, Nisi, you know I'm not giving up that easy." She really wished he didn't look so cute when he said that. "Is that right? And if you keep persisting, why should I keep this going? Why shouldn't I throw you out on your ass right this second?" He didn't answer her, not verbally anyway. Instead, he reached out and gently grasped her breast through the sheet. One squeeze and he had her. They both knew it. She couldn't even breathe. He toyed with her nipple between thumb and forefinger. "Tell me to go, and I'll go." He had to be kidding. She could barely think with his hand playing her so effortlessly. "Tell me to go, Nisi." Jaeger knew she wouldn't. She could see it by the look on his face. "Not now." Leaning forward, she tried to kiss him, but he pulled back. He kept his hand on her breast, though. "No, you don't. I want to talk first." "About what?" Damn, she'd really have to do something about the whining. What was it about this man that pulled emotions out of her she never allowed herself to have, much less express in public? "About you. I want to know about you." "Again?" "I died when my boyfriend—" "Not that. After that." "After that?" "You were there for after that. Why do I have to go over it again?" "I wasn't there, Nisi. I was living my life with the Ravens, and you were living yours. I didn't even know you were a history professor, or that you had your PhD. So I want details." She didn't get this guy at all. Why did he care? "I know. Let's make this a reward system." Nisi's eyes narrowed even as she writhed under his hand. What does that mean? Finally releasing her breast, he grabbed her around the waist and pulled her into his sheet-covered lap. Her legs straddled his hips as she put her arms around his neck. "Now, where did you go to college for undergrad?" "Why do you care where I—" Oh, shit." He'd latched onto her breast and happily sucked away at her nipple. Digging her fingers into his scalp, she pulled him tighter to her. But suddenly, he stopped. Gritting her teeth in pure rage, Nisi bit out, "I have to talk to get you to keep going, don't I?" "This is why I love the crows," he joked around her breast. "You guys are so smart." "You can't be serious." "Oh, yeah. I think you guys are brilliant." "I don't mean that." Damn it. Emotion. "Don't overthink this, baby. Just tell me what I want to know." Sighing. "Fine, I went to Stanford." As soon as I was out of her mouth, he started sucking again, making sure to swirl his tongue around exactly the way she liked it. "Keep going," he ordered around her breast. Biting her lip, Nisi forced herself to focus. "They have a really good history She choked on the word as his sucking became stronger, but as soon as she paused, so did he. She shut her eyes tight. With very little effort, Jaeger could make her come simply by sucking her breasts, but he was torturing her, the bastard. Program. I'd heard some really, One hand stayed on her ass, pulling her tight against his rock-hard erection. His free hand grabbed her other breast and began kneading it. Think, girl. Some really great things about it. Plus, it allowed me to train with the California crows. She squeaked out the very last part as his teeth gently nipped her nipple. The bastard knew that drove her insane. Without releasing her, he asked, "What about grad school?" Nisi blinked, trying desperately to focus on his questions and her answers. Not easy when her entire body was moments from bursting into a nuclear reaction that would destroy the entire tri-state area. I went to NYU for my master's and Columbia for my... Don't stop, he warned again. Would sobbing at this point really be out of line? She didn't know, but she couldn't handle much more at this rate, and she gripped him so tight, she wasn't sure she might not be killing him. "For my doctorate," she screamed as she exploded all around him. He held her tight as spasms racked through her. When she finally started breathing normally again, he lowered her to the bed. "Now that wasn't so hard, was it?" Without opening her eyes, she growled at him, which only made him chuckle. Slowly, he kissed his way down her chest and stomach. When he kissed the inside of her thigh, Nisi forced her eyes open. With a strange but thoughtful expression on his face, he stared straight into her snatch. The man was getting stranger and stranger by the minute. Glancing up to her, he grinned. "Now." He gave her still sensitive clit a little lick, forcing Nisi to grab hold of the sheets to stop her body from shooting off the bed. "Tell me what your master's was on, then your doctorate, and I want details, lots and lots of very specific details." Really? Would sobbing really be that bad? Jaeger stretched and enjoyed the smell of Nisi surrounding him. Well, that had been amazing. One of the most amazing nights he'd had in a very long time. He knew he had her now. There was no way she could walk away from him this time. No way in hell. Turning over onto his side, Jaeger reached for her and touched nothing but paper. He forced his eyes open and picked up the slip of paper lying on the pillow next to him. He read it, closed his eyes, rubbed them, then read it again. No, the words hadn't changed. "There's orange juice and cereal. When you leave, make sure to pull the door closed so that it'll lock. Thanks for last night. See you around. Nisi." Sitting up, Jaeger grunted and ignored his sore, well-used body's protests. Right now, he didn't care about any aches or pains. See you around? Is she fucking kidding? Chapter 13. Damon Lewis still couldn't believe it. His brother Daryl gone, half the pack with him, and these females behind it, these freaks. As far as he was concerned, they were like demons or the undead. It was one thing for a goddess to bring someone back to life, but to have changed them somehow? Well, that was something else altogether. Something evil. But the black woman behind the desk kept telling him and his father that Daryl brought all this on himself. He'd used some ancient artifact to make himself invulnerable. Damon didn't want to believe it, but he knew it was true. Knew his brother had delved into things he never should have, and seriously wasn't smart enough to control. And because of that, Daryl paid the price. Damon looked at the woman across from him and his father. A true politician, that one, but he couldn't stop staring at her goddamn wings. They fluttered or something. It was disturbing. Not as disturbing, however, as the big scary female standing near the door, blocking his way to freedom. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. She had to be at least 6 feet tall. At least, with short black hair and cold, coal-black eyes. He had no idea if she was also black or something else like Cuban or whatever. She stood off to the side, her arms crossed over her chest, her feet braced apart, and a brutally cold expression on her face. She was a big girl, not fat. Actually, he didn't think there was an ounce of fat on her, but she had muscles, and her frame could clearly carry a lot more. Her eyes slid over to him, and he moved his gaze to the floor. She made the she-wolves in his back seem weak and girly. These women with their scary wings and watchful demeanor were downright unholy, and he wanted to go, preferably now. Damon knew there'd be no war over what happened to his brother. Wolves didn't waste time with bullshit, especially when his brother asked for it. His pack wasn't about to take on these freaks for a wolf who'd gone bad. His father nodded at the woman's words and then stood up. The tall female opened the door, allowing them to leave. Damon and his father walked out, but froze right in the doorway, too terrified to move. They were everywhere, perched on the banister and stairs, on top of the hallway furniture, and if there was nowhere to perch, they stood and stared. Damon had no idea how long they'd been sitting out here waiting for them, but he felt like it might have been the entire 2-hour meeting. Damon's father snapped out of it first, grabbed his arm, and headed down the hallway toward the exit. He pulled the heavy oak door open and stepped outside, but there were more waiting out there, too. This time, his father ignored them and kept going, down the front house steps and toward their car. Their completely shitted-upon car. The only thing that didn't suffer was the window on the driver's side, so they could leave. Damon looked up and saw hundreds of actual crows in the trees. They didn't make a sound either. They just watched them. At that point, his father threw him in the car and got in right after him. Without waiting, the old man tore out of the driveway. Short of an actual war with these people, Damon had no doubt they'd never come here again. Nisi, the last to come in, quietly closed the door. Slowly, she turned and faced her sisters. Clapping her hands together, she cheered. "What good doggies! Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?" The crows burst out laughing, and they laughed their asses off for the next half hour. Yeager's eyes didn't stray from the computer screen in front of him as Ty came up behind him. "What?" Yeager learned long ago how to do more than one thing at a time. He had to. It was the only way to manage his life and the Ravens, so he kept working while Ty talked to the back of his head. "There's a call for you." "I'm busy. Take a message." He worked code because for him it was mindless and he needed to focus on bigger issues. Like Nisi. Crazy, annoying, sadistic Nisi. Christ, I am so in love with her. "It's Dee Dee." Yeager spun his chair around to face his friend and next in command. Crow leaders didn't call Raven leaders unless something was wrong. "What? Why?" "Don't worry, nothing's wrong. She just wants to meet with you. Tonight." And they didn't meet unless something was wrong. "Then what does she want?" "She wouldn't say. She just asked that you come to the birdhouse tonight. I told her you probably wouldn't mind." Ty grinned, "But that I'd check with you just in case." Yeager turned his chair back around. "Tell her I'll be there." "Wow, amazing how I knew that." Waldegrave walked through his house, an old Westchester, Connecticut mansion that had been in his family for generations. His hunters, her disciples, currently lived with him in his many trophies. Trophies he'd soon be adding to. He passed the converted family room, converted into a communications center. They'd been taping the crow chatter for months. Not hard. They never changed their cell phones. Stupid, stupid females. Stopping in front of the room filled with top-of-the-line electronics, Waldegrave motioned to the hunter handling the next phase of this hunt. "How's it going?" "Great. I think we almost have what we need. It might even be too easy." Shaking his head. "Don't get cocky. That'll get you killed faster than anything." He walked away, heading back to his office. If they were getting close, then he had much work left to do. Destroying a large group of freaks was a much more time-consuming task than Waldegrave ever imagined. Ari squealed and ducked. "Oh, come on, I haven't even touched you yet." Ari peeked around her boxing gloves at Janelle. "I was anticipating the worst?" Janelle took a deep breath and turned to Nisi. "I'm done, niece. She's driving me nuts." "Wait!" Ari grabbed Janelle's arm with her gloved hands. "I'm sorry, Nisi didn't even look up from her sparring with Katie. "Keep trying, you two." She blocked Katie's fist. "We've got serious hunting coming up, and little girl needs the training." Sighing, Janelle turned back to Ari. The girl was practically cowering. She'd seen whipped dogs that looked less frightened. "Okay, Ari, we're gonna take it real slow." Janelle forced a smile, but that seemed to scare her even more, so she stopped. "Now put your fists up again and plant your feet." "Good." Janelle slowly brought her own fists up. "Now, I'm going to swing at you, but real slow, okay? You'll definitely see me coming, and all I want you to do is to just push my hand out of the way, okay?" "Okay." "Great." Moving in movie-style slow motion, Janelle swung her fist forward. Ari kept her eyes on it until it was about 5 inches from her. Then she squealed and dropped to the ground, covering her head. "That is it!" "Calm down, Janelle." Nisi and Katie were still at it. Katie was trying her best to get to Nice, but their team leader had some great defensive moves, and she was wicked fast. You didn't get to her easily. "You gotta give her some time." "Time we don't have." "I'm sorry," Ari offered from her place on the ground. "Your fist just looks awfully imposing from where I'm standing. Can't we get someone more my size? Or just smaller than you?" Janelle gritted her teeth. She didn't need little Ms. I can wear tank tops and tiny jeans commenting on her size. All it did was piss her off. "I'm not sure we can find anything that small without following the yellow brick road," Janelle snapped. "Hey, I'm not that small." "That's it, you two. Take a break." "Fine." Janelle reached down and yanked Ari to her feet. For a few moments, they silently watched Nisi and Katie sparring while Janelle seethed. How come she had to train Ari? The girl was absolutely terrified of her, and Janelle was damn tired of it. She didn't need Minnie Mouse making her feel like the Jolly Green Giant. Katie tried another attack, and Nisi completely blocked her. Nah, Katie didn't have a chance. Nisi was way on. She'd shown up that morning sporting a little attitude. It must be all that Jaeger love. Janelle couldn't blame her. The man was fine, and he actually made the two of them look small and delicate. She liked that in a man. The question now was how far would Nisi let their little thing go? She'd known Nisi a long time ago, and Katie was right. Nisi was still trying to make up for something she did years and years ago. And she still hadn't really gotten over what that boyfriend of hers did to her. Whether Jaeger was patient enough to wait all that emotional bullshit out, however, was anyone's guess. Nisi easily blocked another punch from Katie, pushing her arm out of the way. Katie used the momentum to try one of her roundhouse kicks. Nisi saw it coming and prepared herself to block the blow. At that moment, Delia pushed open the door to the training room. "Hey, niece, did you know Jaeger was here?" Nisi's head snapped around, allowing Katie to land that kick right at her head. Most likely because she thought Nisi would block it. Katie put a lot of oomph into that one move. Their team leader went down like a ton of bricks. Dee Dee stared at the man across the desk from her. Like Nisi, Jaeger was more than 10 years younger than her and a stone-cold fox. She didn't know what Nisi's problem was, but she needed to get over it, or some little filly was going to come along and snatch her a Viking stallion. Jaeger shook his head. I can't believe it. It's true. I'm done. I've been done for a while now. I guess I never thought you'd retire. Now, Jaeger, you know we can't do this forever. He lifted one big muscled leg and rested his foot on the opposite thigh. Have you told Nisi? No, I'm informing all the leaders now. And, of course, Skold knows. My husband's real excited. Jaeger frowned, and she held her hand up. Yes, I'm married. Why does everybody keep forgetting? Probably because we never see him. Do you ever see him? Don't be a smartass. Jaeger smiled. Okay. Restlessly, his fingers tapped against the arm of his chair. So, any idea who's going to take over? She knew what worried him. Didi didn't hound her girls. She didn't worry what they were up to when they weren't hunting. But that was her. Some leaders were not nearly as relaxed as she was. Jaeger wanted to make sure he didn't lose any of his precious Nisi time. But Didi wouldn't let that happen. The bottom line was, Didi wanted her second-in-command happy before she walked off. It would make her a better, less uptight leader, and she knew Jaeger was the key. Actually, all the Jersey Crows knew that. Only Nisi insisted on playing this only sex bullshit, and it was bullshit. The girl floated into the house earlier in the day. The man had fucked the cranky right out of her. To be very honest, Jaeger, I want Nisi to take over. But in the end, it's Skold's decision. Second-in-commands don't automatically get picked to lead. All I could do was recommend her. Jaeger leaned back in the seat, and Didi was glad she liked good, sturdy wood furniture, or he'd destroy the damn thing. So when are you done? No matter who they choose, the transition will take a few months. Then, of course, a party. When don't you guys end something with a party? Now, don't be bitter, but let's face it, a group of crows is a gathering, while a group of ravens is an unkindness. Jaeger threw his head back and laughed. Oh, I see. Trying to get on my good side, huh? I am charming, aren't I? But you guys always seem to forget the murder of crows. Well, that would be redundant. An abrupt knock on her door cut into their conversation. Yeah? Delia stuck her head in. Her eyes strayed to Jaeger. What, Delia? Delia knew Didi had no patience with long pauses. She hated that. What is it? Delia started chuckling and couldn't seem to stop. Nisi, What about her? Delia cleared her throat. I need that stuff you put on scrapes. She's got kind of a little, She looked down at the floor and laughed harder. Embarrassed, Didi glanced at Jaeger. She bet he never had to deal with giggling ravens. Delia? Shaking her head, she pointed down the hallway. Lord, the shit I put up with. Didi pushed away from her desk and stood up. She walked out of her office, knowing Jaeger trailed behind her because he only had to hear Nisi's name, and the guy's entire body tensed up. Didi heard them before she even opened the kitchen door. Laughing, yelling, rowdy bitches. Pushing the door open, she froze. Nisi held her hand up. Don't freak out. What the fuck happened to your face? Katie nailed her with a roundhouse kick, Janelle said from her seat on top of the kitchen counter. The girl never used a chair if she could help it. Bam! And she was out. You blacked out? Just a little. Nothing to sweat about. I mean, these are just scrapes. Nisi waved at her bloody cheek. No big deal. I got these when I hit the floor. And a juicy-sized knot on the side of her head from Katie's tiny little feet. Nisi glared at Janelle. You know, you could enjoy this a little less. Janelle grinned. You're right, I could. Niecy glanced around the kitchen for something to chuck at Janelle when she saw him leaning against the doorframe and staring at her. Their eyes locked, and Niecy felt Jaeger move all through her body. The way he examined her face, she could almost feel his big fingers brushing the scrapes across her cheek, checking the size of the lump on her head. So busy devouring everything about Jaeger, it took Niecy a moment to realize the crows had gone completely silent. They were staring at her and Jaeger. I'm going to go and, Christ, when did she start having trouble speaking? She was a professor. She spoke to groups of people every day. But now she was a verbal mess, and she blamed Jaeger. Pointing at the ceiling, she said, "Got a shower." Niecy turned and headed out the other kitchen door that led to the back hallway. Niecy didn't look at Jaeger again as she took the back stairs up to the second floor. She walked into her room, closed the door behind her, and stood there for a good 2 minutes, wondering what the hell was wrong with her. This wasn't like her. When she saw Jaeger, all she wanted to do was go to him and let him put his arms around her. She wanted him to take care of the scrapes on her face, kiss the rapidly growing knot on the side of her head. She wanted him to kiss her forehead and tell her she would be okay. He'd make it feel better. Christ, when did I become such a pussy? Now, thoroughly angry and disgusted with herself, Niecy ripped off her clothes and went to her bathroom. She turned on the shower, adjusted the temperature, and stepped in. She slapped her hands against the cold tile and leaned her head under the shower head. Closing her eyes, she tried to push out any needy feelings she had about anybody or anything. She didn't need anybody except her sisters, and hell, they needed her more than the other way around. Taking a deep, soothing breath, Niecy had begun to relax when the shower door slammed open. She spun around, immediately swinging her left fist, but it hit one big palm. God damn it, Jaeger! She pushed wet hair out of her face. How did you get in here? You didn't lock your door. Besides, Dee Dee said, don't just stand there, go after her. So I did. At some point, she really would kill that woman. Well, out! As you can see, I'm a little bit indisposed at the moment. As always, Jaeger ignored her, instead reaching into the shower and sliding his hand behind the back of her head. He pulled her forward and looked long and hard at her bruised cheek. You sure you're okay, baby? Janelle said you took a really bad hit. She gulped hard so she didn't lose her voice. I'm fine, Jaeger, thanks. Still gently but firmly gripping her head, he whispered, Come home with me. Why? Because you said you wouldn't do anything sexual here, so come home with me. He leaned into the shower, completely ignoring the fact that he was barely getting wet in the process, and brushed his cheek against her unhurt one. So gently, she barely felt it, but she felt it enough. I promise I'll make you feel better, he whispered against her ear. Her entire body shook. Jaeger, come home with me, Niecy. His lips barely touched hers, but they touched them enough. Christ, she shouldn't do this. She knew Jaeger wanted more than just a sexual relationship. And if she were honest with herself, she was starting to feel that way too. But she didn't want that. It was dangerous. He was dangerous. Her feelings for him were dangerous. Jaeger, if I come with you now, I'll be gone by the time the sun comes up. He grunted and shrugged, but then he kissed her, and she stopped caring. Jaeger stared down at the woman sprawled out next to him. Niecy Lawrence could really take over a bed when she slept, but he liked it. One of her legs stretched across his, one arm lay across his waist, and her head rested against his chest, her breath tickling his nipple. He really didn't know what to do about her. Niecy made it all so difficult. Brushing her black hair off her face, Jaeger winced at the bruises on her cheek. He hated to see her in pain. He felt it as surely as if someone had kicked him in the head. But he couldn't tell Nisi that. Anytime he tried to get close, she backed away. Anytime he tried to make this deeper than sex, she ran. He sighed. He didn't want this anymore. True, he still wanted Nisi, but he wanted her like this, all the time. He wanted to be able to go to sleep and not worry she'd be gone when he woke up. Hell, he wanted a date, to the movies and dinner. Something simple and fun, ending with mind-blowing fucking. It seemed so simple to him, but Nisi made sure nothing was simple. It was like she couldn't help herself. He wanted to discuss all this with her, but as soon as she even sensed the sun was rising, she'd be gone. But Jaeger wouldn't be doing this her way anymore. No more playing by her rules. No more giving her space, hoping she'd come to her senses. No, he was ready to push his hand on this one, and she'd simply have to learn to deal with it. Nisi felt the sun begin to rise. She guessed it was about 5:30 or so. Time to get the hell out before Jaeger woke up and tried to turn her into some simpering female who couldn't live without him. Yum! Sunday brunch at the birdhouse sounded like a lovely idea after all that sex. Using every bit of her training, she silently eased out of the bed. Jaeger was out cold, snoring even. Well, that wasn't attractive, but she smiled anyway. Grabbing her sweats and sneakers, Nisi backed toward the door, her eyes locked on Jaeger. Even snoring like a big bear, she found the man gorgeous. Sighing softly, she steeled herself to leave and turned toward the bedroom door. Nisi stopped short. Jaeger stood there, his back against the door, his arms crossed in front of his massive chest. He looked like he'd been standing there for hours waiting for her. "Going somewhere, baby?" "How did you—" She glanced back at the now empty bed. "Where did you—" she growled. "How the hell do you do that?" "I'm really fast." He tilted his head to the side, his hair falling across his face. "Where are you going?" He asked it so sweetly, Nisi immediately went on the defensive. "Home. I want you to stay." He took a step toward her, and for the first time in her life, she stepped back. Not because he scared her, but because he didn't. "That's a bad idea." "I like it." Nisi shook her head. "Determined bastard, isn't he?" "I'm sure you do, but—" "But what?" Jaeger now stood in front of her. "Look, this is getting complicated." "Complicated? It doesn't seem complicated to me at all." He'd started walking back toward the bed, forcing Nisi to step back as he stepped forward. "Maybe you're just making this complicated," he continued. "I'm not. I'm trying to keep this as simple and uncomplicated as possible." He took her clothes out of her hand and tossed them to the floor. "Well, you're not doing a good job of that," he offered sadly. Nisi's eyes narrowed. "I'm not doing a good job of that because of you," she accused. "You're blaming this on me? That doesn't seem fair." The backs of her legs hit the mattress and she stopped. But one good push from Jaeger on her shoulder and she flopped back on the bed. "You know, Lawrence, I find it really sad I have to go to extremes to get something so simple." "Extremes?" She really didn't like the sound of that. Nope, not at all. He wrapped his hands around her waist and hauled her up into a sitting position, her back against the bed frame. "Yeah, I had to borrow these from Ty. He has a rather disturbing collection of stuff." He leaned over her, and before she could see what he had, he grasped her wrist. She felt cold metal and heard the click of a lock. Oh, what an asshole. "Jaeger?" He pulled the other cuff through the metal bars and locked up her other wrist. "Wilhelm Jaeger," she said calmly, although there was a bit of a giggle there. This is such bullshit, and you know it. Now let me go. She should feel fear, panic, but she knew, as sure as she knew her own name, she knew Jaeger would never hurt her. He'd never abuse her. She knew it with all her soul, and it terrified her. No. What do you mean, no? Nope, she wasn't scared, worried, or panicked. But she would admit, at least to herself, she was a little turned on. Actually, she was seriously turned on. I mean, no, he said. We need to talk, and we're gonna talk. She pulled, but the cuffs only dug into her wrists. These weren't typical handcuffs either. More like something she could buy at a sex shop. Apparently, Quiet Ty was the group freak among the ravens. We can do that without me being chained up, you idiot. No, we really can't. And don't call me names. He walked to his dresser. I'd try and talk to you and you run. Or fight. Or something other than talk to me. He grabbed his laptop. I'm tired of it, Lawrence. So we're going to have this conversation like other normal adults. We're not normal, Jaeger. She watched him walk back to the bed. We have wings and go to parties with gods. You take them to strip clubs. That was Mike's idea, he snarled through clenched teeth. Last time I listened to his stupid ass. What I'm saying, Jaeger, is don't you dare. But he'd taken the sheet they'd knocked to the floor earlier in the night and tossed it over her head. That is not funny. He chuckled as she gave a quick shake and knocked the sheet back off. He'd already plopped himself down in a chair by the bed. Now he propped his big feet on the mattress, right by her legs, and put his notebook computer on his lap. Then he winced as it hit his cock, readjusted, and proceeded to ignore her. She yanked her wrists. No, she wouldn't be getting out of these without causing herself some serious damage. Damn kinky people with their damn kinky toys. Let me go, Jaeger. He didn't even bother looking up from his computer. Not till we talk. Gritting her teeth, she settled her body into the bed. She crossed her legs Indian style, the fallen sheet covering everything from the waist down. Talk about what? Next weekend. Nisi frowned. What about it? I want you to come with me to my house out on Long Island. What for? Jaeger's eyes slowly looked up, and she cringed. So we can date? I like how you say that, like I asked you to come out to the island to perform satanic rituals. He might as well have. This was getting involved. They weren't supposed to be getting involved. She was already in too deep. A weekend away without the normal distractions of the city to get in their way. So not a good thing. Forget it, Jaeger. He shrugged. Okay. But instead of letting her go, he went right back to his computer. Aren't you going to let me go? No. What if I have to take a piss? I've got a bucket. Nisi turned her head to the window so he couldn't see her laughing. He was kind of a funny, oversized geek. She cleared her throat. This is ridiculous, Jaeger. Just let me go. After a few moments, he looked up from his computer, but not at her face. Instead, his eyes focused on her bare breasts. Your nipples are hard. Damn, she'd hoped he wouldn't notice that. But being all bound and at his disposal was making her crazy with lust. So? Is your pussy wet too? He raised an eyebrow. I bet it is. The not lying thing, kind of in her way here. So instead of answering, she let out an annoyed sigh and stared at him. Smiling gently, he placed his computer on the floor by the chair, swung his feet off the bed, and walked toward her. Nisi tried hard to control her suddenly rapid breathing, but it wasn't easy with that big cock of his bouncing around and practically calling her name. Jaeger? Nisi? Whatever you're planning, forget it. Forget what, Lawrence? He sat down on the bed beside her. "This?" His right index finger circled around one of her hard nipples. "Or this?" He moved to her other nipple and did the same thing. "Or maybe you mean this." He lowered his head and wrapped his lips around her nipple, sucking hard. Nisi's back arched as her hands gripped the metal bars behind her. The man didn't play remotely fair. This was not fair. No way. "Damn it, Jaeger!" He released her nipple and leaned forward to lick the skin of her collarbone. "Come to my house, Nisi. I promise we'll have fun. You and me in that big house with so many positions to try." "This isn't fair." "Nope." "This is blackmail." "Yup." He pulled away from her, and Nisi let out a shuddering breath. She knew he wasn't done. She just had no idea what to expect. For some unknown reason, when it came to her, the man was ruthless. She knew loan sharks less relentless. She caught her lip between her teeth as Jaeger slowly pulled the sheet off her lap. "God, you're beautiful." Must be all the tattoos and gunshot scars. She tugged again at her bonds. "Forget it, Lawrence. You're not going anywhere until I let you loose. I hope I remember where I put that key." He shrugged. "Anyway, you might as well relax." He stood up and moved around the bed. She watched as he stretched out next to her, his head propped up with one hand, the other hand completely free to do whatever. He stared at her for a long time, then said, "You're trapped here, Lawrence. Bound here. You're helpless, and all you can do is rely on me and my good nature. What will I do with you for the next few hours?" How the hell the man knew those words would turn her into a volcano, she'd never know. And he didn't stop. He just kept going down that darkest desires path, and she hated him for it. Because he made it feel so okay. At least with him. "Right now, you're all mine to do anything I want with. Your body belongs to me." His fingers caressed her breasts, her stomach, her neck, but he didn't go any lower. She wanted to squirm, but she also didn't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing he'd gotten to her. "Come with me next weekend, Nisi." It's... She let out a long shudder as his fingers squeezed her nipple. A really bad idea. And you know it. Because what if she never wanted to leave? What if she wanted to stay there forever, letting Will Jaeger take care of her while fucking her unconscious? She'd never been one of those please take care of me women, and she wasn't about to start now. He sat up. "That's not the response I want, Lawrence." While one hand played with one breast, he lowered his mouth to the other. Nisi's body shook under the sensual assault. "Too bad. That's the only one you're getting." She felt his lips curve into a smile around her hot flesh, and he released her breast, kissing his way down her chest and stomach. Gritting her teeth, Nisi watched as Jaeger slowly pulled her legs apart and hooked them over his shoulders. He leaned against her thigh, his nose rubbing her crotch. He looked up at her, and she gave a short shake of her head. No. Just from experience, she knew what the man could do with unlimited time, his tongue and her pussy at his disposal. He could easily have her committing to marriage and a garden wedding if she didn't stop him now. At least when he fucked her, she rarely spoke. Simply because she was too busy just holding on. He lowered his mouth to her pussy, and Nisi's entire body clenched. "Wait!" Jaeger stopped and looked up at her. "Okay, Jaeger, I'll go, but just for the weekend. That's it." "Good. Now that wasn't so hard, was it?" Then the son of a bitch went ahead and stuck that amazing tongue inside her pussy anyway. Nisi practically ripped the bed frame apart as her entire body arched right off the mattress. Jaeger licked her clit a few times, then suckled it between his lips. Nisi's legs tightened around his neck, her body writhing desperately until he abruptly pulled away. "Sorry about that. Just couldn't help myself." Nisi opened her eyes as Jaeger got to his knees. He still had her legs on his shoulders and didn't seem in any rush to remove them. Good thing she was relatively flexible. He grabbed a condom off the bedside table and quickly rolled it on. "Tied or loose?" Nisi looked away from Jaeger, but only for a moment. She trusted him. With her body, she would always trust him. "Tied." His cock actually jerked at that. On a shuddering breath, he said, "You got it, baby." Slipping his hands under her ass, he lifted her a bit until his cock rested at the entrance of her pussy. She stared, fascinated. He did have the most beautiful cock, even when encased in latex. "Look at me, Nisi." Grudgingly, she pulled her eyes away from her prize and up to his face. That's when he rammed home. They both gasped as Jaeger pulled her closer, resting his face against her neck. "God damn, Nisi, you're fucking drenched." "Your fault," she gasped. Jaeger gave a short laugh while he kissed her neck. "Tell me what you want, baby." "Move, Jaeger. Fuck me." He bit her neck, which caused her to whimper. "You know the magic word, baby. Say it and I'll fuck you raw." She licked her lips and tightened her legs against his shoulders. "Will, fuck me. Will." He laughed low, his fingers digging deep into her hips and ass. "Good girl," he growled as he slammed into her. Over and over he buried his cock into her, relentless, brutal, delightful. And being unable to control him and what he did to her, being able to trust someone that much, it drove her insane. Her body shaking and sweating, her pussy holding onto him with a vicious grip. All of it was sending her over the edge. She was losing herself inside Jaeger. Again. His tongue slid around her ear, then in it. "Being inside you, Nisi," he whispered desperately. "It feels fucking amazing." And just like that, she came, her entire body clenched around him, her pussy snapping around his cock like a vice. Jaeger groaned, but kept going. "You're not going to make me come that easy, Lawrence. We've got all day to fuck just like this. It's Sunday," he cheered. If Nisi wasn't still coming, she would have laughed. Didi stopped by Nisi's room and found she hadn't returned. She didn't bother calling her. She knew the girl was probably pussy deep in Jaeger. Good for her, and a long time coming. Didi headed toward the stairs. She planned on getting some shopping in before the snow hit. The news kept predicting blizzards or snowstorms or whatever the hell they had in this part of the country any day now. Of course, they'd been saying that since the beginning of January. Already planning her day's shopping, Didi barely noticed her bedroom door was open. She stopped at the top of the stairs, pausing for a moment. Turning around, she walked back to her room and pushed the door open. "Banana?" Crossing her arms over her chest, Didi asked, "Why do you always try to give me fruit?" "I find it's a nice icebreaker." Stepping into her room, Didi casually kicked the door closed with her foot. Exactly how many times would a person find a god lying on their bed, reading their penthouse forum? "Comfortable?" While Scold only communicated with the team leaders by giving them sudden and random information, she insisted on physically visiting the gathering leaders. Didi just never knew when or how. "Not really," Scold complained. "You need a better bed." "Whiner." A New York Yankees baseball hat obscured Scold's face, but Didi knew she smiled. She was the veiled one, But apparently she'd gotten real tired of those things and had moved on to hats, hooded sweatshirts, whatever. Some days she looked like the Unabomber. "I'm assuming there's a reason you're here?" "Yes." Scold leaned her back against the headboard of Dee Dee's bed and crossed her long legs at the ankles. Sighing, Dee Dee walked closer to the bed. "And I'm sure you'll tell me what it is before I turn 50. "And that's right around the corner, isn't it?" Officially pissed, Dee Dee glared at the goddess. "It is not. She still had 6 years to go before that hell on earth started." "What is it? Why are you here, besides your desire to go through my porn collection? And a very extensive collection you have, too." "Scold." The goddess laughed. Okay. I'm here because of you." "You are?" "Aren't I?" Dee Dee shrugged. "I thought about calling to you, but I figured you'd ignore me. It wouldn't be the first time my pleas went unanswered." "True, but this time is different, isn't it?" "I've spoken to all the clan leaders. They know I'm retiring." But they keep asking who will replace me. I'd like to be able to give them an answer." "It's good to want things, daughter." Dee Dee sighed in exasperation. "Is there a problem you have with Nisi I'm not aware of?" "Her guilt bores me." "Why? Because she cares about what she did in the past? Because she cares about making it right?" Dee Dee shook her head. "I don't understand you sometimes. You'll never find anyone more loyal to you. She takes her commitment to you more seriously than I ever did." The goddess pushed her baseball cap back on her head a bit, allowing Dee Dee to see her face. Wow, she was gorgeous. Dee Dee always forgot that. "I know, but I don't need a slave. I need a leader. A battle chief, in fact. Nisi's the best warrior you have, and we both know it. She's willing to sacrifice everything to serve you and the gathering." I know. Still, I need to see she can do this. I need it proven to me." Dee Dee's body tensed as she realized something. "You sent the hunters after us." "Of course I didn't." "But you didn't cloak the crows, did you?" Scold eased off Dee Dee's bed. A tall and overwhelming female, Scold once rode with the original 7. As tempted as Dee Dee may be to start some shit with the goddess, she knew better. "No, I didn't cloak them." "You've put us all at risk for Nisi's trial?" "I no longer need a politician, Dee Dee. That's what you are, and a damn good one. During peacetime, there's no one else I'd consider to lead the Jersey Crows. But things are about to change, and the gathering must change with it. I need to know she can handle it. I need to know she'll help my daughters survive." So angry she could barely see straight, Dee Dee clenched her hands into tight fists. Scold walked up to her and leaned down until their faces were barely a few inches apart. "Tell her what's going on, Dee Dee, and I'll make sure all of you regret it. But no, you keep your mouth shut. This is Nisi's trial. You interfere, and as much as I love you, I'll squash you like a gnat. Understand?" Dee Dee's eyes narrowed, but before she could say anything, Scold had her hand around Dee Dee's throat, lifting her off the floor. The goddess also stood to her full height, which meant Dee Dee's drop to the floor would be quite lengthy. "Understand?" she asked again. Gritting her teeth against her anger, Dee Dee spit out, "Yes." "Good." Scold dropped her to the ground. Dee Dee stumbled back, her ass almost hitting the floor, but she didn't want to give the cranky bitch goddess the satisfaction of seeing her sprawled out on the hardwood. "Now," Scold said with a smile, "I'm off." She held up the penthouse for him. "Mind if I take this?" Chapter 14. The week was fucking endless. Every day that passed, Niecy's stomach knotted up more and more. She hadn't seen Jaeger since their all-Sunday marathon. He'd fucked her witless, then put her in a cab and sent her home. "You've got school tomorrow, and if you stay, I won't let you sleep." Considerate motherfucker. All this time, she thought nice guys were dull, predictable, ordinary. Jaeger was anything but dull, predictable, or ordinary. Still, he was definitely the nicest guy she'd ever met. In just a few hours, she'd be catching the Long Island Railroad out to some place called Westbury, where she'd meet Jaeger, who'd then take her to his house in Old Westbury. Ugh. She hated leaving the city, but if she wanted to get laid, she had no choice. Niecy piled all her term paper outlines together, shoved them into her desk drawer, and locked it. To say she was a horny mess after a week with no Jaeger truly was an understatement. Every cell of her body demanded his attention. Since Sunday, she'd gone to school during the day and hunted at night. She never saw Jaeger. If any ravens showed up, and they always did at some point, they came without him. But every night, as soon as she'd fallen into bed for a few hours' sleep, her phone would ring. "You okay?" that deep voice of his would ask her when she'd picked up. "Yeah," she'd respond. "I miss you. I can't wait to be back inside you." And Niecy's eyes would slide shut, and her whole body would throb desperately. "Talk to you later, baby." Then he'd hang up. No phone sex, no invite over, nothing to help alleviate the almost painful ache between her legs. She knew what he was doing, too, ensuring her presence Friday night. The bitch of it was, she was going to make sure her ass was on that train tonight. How did she let that happen? How did she let this man get to her? But she did, and she had no one to blame but herself. The only thing she could say with any pride was that at least she hadn't lost her edge in battle. If anything, she was a damn bitch meaner. Apparently, abstinence really honed those fighting skills. She couldn't keep going on like this, though. Her crew had started to give her quite the wide berth lately. Especially Ari. Her and her damn color reading. Ari would take one look at her in the morning and practically run the other way. Actually, just that morning she did run. Like the wind. Niecy didn't know the girl could move that fast, but the previous night had been particularly rough. She dreamed about Jaeger all night with absolutely no relief. This weekend, though, she and Jaeger would get a few things straight. After she fucked the living hell out of the man, of course. Once she did that, she'd settle whatever it was between them. Jaeger needed to accept the fact that she could never be what he wanted, no matter how much she may want to give in. Sighing, Niecy stood and grabbed her jacket. The phone on her desk rang and she picked it up. "Dr. Lawrence?" "Hey, Dr. Lawrence." She hated the smile that spread across her face at the sound of his voice. "Hi." Christ, even her voice changed when she realized it was him. Lower, huskier, just like his. "You heading out?" "Yeah, gotta go to the house first, make sure everybody's doing what they should be doing, and not doing what they shouldn't be doing, then back to my place to pack." "Don't worry, you won't need much." The tip of her boot rubbed the leg of her desk. "That right?" "Yeah, just a pair of jeans, sweater, couple changes of panties, if you insist. Don't bother with a bra. I like knowing I can put my hand under your sweater at any time and play with your tits." Classy. "That's me." She chuckled. "Anything else?" "Don't be late. I really, really need to see you. And then I need to fuck you." Niecy leaned against the desk. It was the only thing preventing her from dropping to the floor. Well, at least she wasn't the only one this out of control. She'd hate that. "Miss me, did you?" "Yeah, baby. I missed you, more than I could ever say." Running her hand through her short hair, Nisi begged, "Stop, Jaeger." "Nope, won't ever stop. Not with you, baby. See you tonight." Then he hung up, and Nisi dropped the phone back into its cradle. "Was that her?" Will, his feet up on his coffee table, his hands behind his head, simply smiled. Morgan sat down next to one of her many sons, although she secretly admitted Will was her favorite. "I won't see you all weekend, will I?" His smile grew wider, and Morgan jabbed him with her elbow. "Get control of yourself, boy. And what you want to bet she's going to want to have one of her conversations?" Will accented that with lovely air quotes before putting his hands back behind his head. "Poor thing has no idea what she's gotten herself into with you, does she?" "Not a clue." Morgan had been a Valkyrie since she was 18. She'd known ravens for more than 30 years, and the one thing she could say about all of them, they were the most determined sons of bitches on the planet. Tough, loyal, warrior alpha males. It took a while for them to find the one, but once they did, Christ, they didn't give up until they got her. Her husband of 27 years was an elder raven, and even with her sagging ass and tits, her disturbing loss of height, and the gray overtaking her once light brown hair, the man couldn't seem to keep his goddamn hands off her, and she would be forever grateful. At one time, she'd hoped Will would find himself a nice little Valkyrie to take as his own, but she understood why he'd found a crow. They both had wings, and they were both fierce fighters. Plus, the Valkyries just weren't what they once were. None could fight or train the boys to fight. In fact, buxom strippers were a bit of a distraction to teen boys. Actually, they were a distraction to anything with testosterone. Really, at 54, Morgan should be able to retire, except that none of these new bitches had learned any adequate healing skills beyond bandaging basic wounds and wrapping up sprained or twisted ankles or wrists. Not impressive. But she damn near hit a wall with Odin and his bullshit. The two of them had a long history, and Morgan was pretty sure she found the next crop of Valkyries who could bring them back to their former glory. Still, first things first, and that meant getting Will Jaeger happy and settled with his vicious little crow. She didn't know much about Denise Lawrence, but Dee Dee respected her and Morgan respected Dee Dee, so that made Morgan feel better. Because what she didn't need was some little twat coming along and breaking her Will's heart. She'd stab the little bitch in the face before she let that happen. "I'm out of here, Will. I can't stand the level of mooning I'm witnessing at the moment." Will looked at her blankly. "What?" Oh, he was really lost. That little girl wouldn't even know what hit her. Ari was halfway down the walkway, thinking she was home free, when Janelle's voice stopped her. "Where the hell do you think you're going, Ari girl? Alone?" Cringing, Ari turned to face the bigger woman. Janelle wasn't as tall as Nisi, who was, but she was more curvy and definitely meaner. She'd love to have a body like Janelle's, all lush and womanly. Unlike Ari's, every day Ari wondered what it was like to have tits that actually needed a bra. Trailing right behind Janelle was Katie. Crap. Just perfect. "I'm going to the bus stop, then I'm heading into the city." Janelle looked truly stunned, while Katie merely smirked. "Are you nuts?" Janelle snapped. "It's not remotely safe out there for any of us, but especially not for you." "Why especially not for me?" "Come on, Ari, be real. If someone is trying to snatch crows, you're a prime candidate. You can't fight for shit. Your magic skills are off the charts, and you can't do that aura thing." Ari opened her mouth to argue, but realized she couldn't. Everything Janelle said was true. I'm a mess. I know. I never said that, and that's not what I meant. I meant you're powerful, but until you learn to truly control it, you're vulnerable. But I really have to go. Janelle frowned. Where? A comic book store. Ari, come on, there's tons of comic book stores around here. This one is expecting me. Janelle's frown deepened dramatically. Why are they expecting you? Ari scratched her head and kicked the gravel at her feet. They're expecting me for a signing. Blinking in surprise. You? You draw comic books? Yeah. Under what name? 'Cause I know it ain't under Ari Chang. After she'd helped to convict her father of attempted murder, she changed her last name back to the one on her Korean birth certificate. She didn't change her first name, though. She loved it. I write under Ariana Days. Janelle stepped back as Katie spun around to stare at her. You're Ariana Days? Katie demanded. Who writes Viking Eternal? That Ariana Days? Ari didn't expect Janelle and Katie to know that. A lot of the Crows were into anime, but American comic books didn't seem like the Crows' thing, and Ari never bothered telling them about her side career. Mostly because none of them seemed to care what she did, as long as she stayed out of their way. So, that's what she did. She stayed up in her room and worked on her books day and night. The Crows didn't even miss her. She nodded. Yeah, that's me. Holy shit! I gotta tell Rachel and Sophie. Ari grabbed Janelle's arm before she could run off. No! Why? Ari looked at the ground again. Christ, Ari, you really need to get over the shy thing. It's getting old. I'm working on it. When neither Janelle nor Katie said anything else, she looked up at them. Please don't tell anybody. Okay. Janelle dug out a set of keys and cell phone from her baggy jeans. She tossed the phone to Katie. Let 'em know where we're going. Huh? Wait, where are we going? Ari asked, confused. To your signing. You can't miss that, and we're not letting you go on your own. And, Katie added, as she speed-dialed the other Crows, we better get a first edition of Issue 1, signed. Ari grinned as she followed Janelle and Katie to the car. Nisi leaped out her apartment window, her hands gripping the window frame. Her index finger tapped restlessly against the metal. Where the hell was that cabbie? If she missed this train, there would be hell to pay. The vibration of her cell phone against her hip made her cringe. Probably Jaeger. She bet he thought she would bail out of this at the last minute, hence the no-sex rule for the entire week. Still, they needed to get some things straight, and it wasn't like she was heading toward Africa. It was Long Island, so it only felt 1,000,000 miles away. She pulled her phone out of its holster and frowned at the number on caller ID. Flipping it open. Delia? Niece. Delia's voice faded and returned. Nisi could barely hear her fellow team leader, but snatches of things kept hitting her. Your team and problem. Nisi straightened up, thoughts of a wild sex weekend wiped out in seconds. What? What problem? Ari. Trouble. Janelle. Where, Dee? Village, Sharky's Comics. Nisi had no idea why Ari and possibly Janelle were at a comic book store, but she didn't care. She knew where Sharky's was, and all she needed to hear was Ari's name. Slamming the phone shut, Nisi shoved it back into its holster and tore off her jacket and sweater, leaving just her requisite tank top, jeans, and boots. She stepped through her open window, spread her wings, and took to the air. Janelle and Katie looked at each other and just as quickly turned away. They had to, or they'd explode into laughter. Janelle had never seen anything like it. A line of young boys and men stretched out the door of the big shop, all of them there to see and talk to Ari. Painfully shy, painfully weird Ari. She signed everything they put in front of her except body parts, and when it looked like one guy was going for his Johnson, Janelle moved on him so quick she scared the guy right out of the store. After that, the rest of them watched her warily. Suddenly, she became Ariana Day's bodyguard. Typical. Everyone always expected the big girl to protect the tiny woman. No one ever tried to protect her. She'd do this for Ari, though. She realized she liked the kid more than she thought. Little Long Island princess that Ari was, she was still a good person, and Janelle tried really hard not to compare other people's lives against hers, especially those she considered the rich ones. Although her family lived in the wrong neighborhood and struggled to make ends meet, they still loved each other in their own way. Her father's past did eventually catch up with them all, but not because he was still in life, but because he'd left it behind at the request of his wife. The one thing Janelle knew that a lot of these rich kids didn't. Her family did love her. Katie motioned to her. "How much longer?" she mouthed at her. Janelle shrugged and looked at the enormous line still snaking out the door. She sighed. It looked like she was going to be bodyguard chick for a little while longer. Nisi destroyed a kneecap with one brutal kick while she used one of her blades to slash the throat of the man behind her. When she landed behind Sharky's shop, she didn't find Ari or Janelle or any other crow. But before she could even figure out why Delia would send her here for no reason, they'd come out of the shadows. Hunters. Big, older white men who moved around her like a lion they found on the African plains. A setup. A really good one. They must have been recording the crow's cell calls for months, and it took nothing to clone a phone number to fool her caller ID. And she'd bet money that Janelle and Ari were around this store somewhere in case Nisi called back at the house to check. A freaking brilliant plan, but considering her past life as a drug dealer, she still should have known better. There were a lot of them, 15 by her count, a lot even for her. But now she was pissed. She'd had plans this weekend, and they pretty much consisted of having Wilhelm Jaeger inside her until her 8 a.m. Monday morning class. Knowing these assholes got between her and what she, at the moment, considered her cock, only enraged her beyond anything she'd felt before. Without even turning around, she grabbed another one coming up behind her. He would have screamed, she guessed, if her talons hadn't torn through his throat. She ripped through the men, tearing them apart from groin to neck, a blade in one hand and her talons unleashed on the other. One of them actually had a spear, which she got off him easily and proceeded to impale him with. That was kind of cool, but she was too pissed to even enjoy it. Now, as she yanked the throat out of the man with the shattered knee, she was down to 2, and she planned to get rid of them as quickly as possible, catch the first train she could get out of Grand Central, and get to Jaeger. She knew him. He'd think she stood him up, changed her mind. That thought kicked her rage up a notch as she grabbed one of the 2 and slammed his head into the alley wall. A lot, until it was no more than a pulpy mess. When she realized she couldn't do any more damage to him, she released what was left of him and turned to the last man. He backed up. She saw the fear in his eyes, but it didn't stop her. Nothing would stop her. She extended her wings and flew at him, but hands she didn't know were there grabbed hold of her wings and flung her across the alley. Another had been hiding, waiting for the right moment to kick her ass. It was times like this she wished she had a shifter's sense of smell. She bet nothing ever snuck up on them. Nisi landed hard against the dirty concrete, grunting as her body hit the ground. Growling, she scrambled to her feet, but a boot in the back shoved her down. She fought to get out from under the heavy weight on her back, looking behind her in time to see the axe blade swing at her. No! But it was too late. The blade, glowing with powerful runes, slammed into the part of her wing, connecting it to her back, nearly severing it completely. Pain arched through her as blood flew. An artery severed. Nisi knew she only had minutes left, if that much. The man raised the axe again, and she looked into his face. Christ, some average motherfucker was taking out Nisi Lawrence. Well, she'd never hear the end of this in Valhalla. Grinning, he lifted the axe that would split her spine in half. And that's when they attacked. She didn't call them this time, too stunned by the sudden turn of events. She didn't even think about calling them. They landed on her attacker with a viciousness she'd never witnessed before. It took them seconds to rip him apart and move on the other one who'd been scrambling for the exit out of the alley. As blood filled her mouth and her crows surrounded her to escort her to Valhalla, Nisi only had one regret. Until Jaeger made it to Valhalla himself, he would always think she stood him up. Chapter 15. She totally stood you up. Ty grabbed hold of Jaeger's shoulders before he could rip the little pissant apart. She didn't stand me up, Jaeger growled between clenched teeth. Was she at the station? Jaeger stared at Mike in the middle of his living room and wondered what it would be like to tear one of the bastard kid's arms off and beat him to death with it. Why the hell were these two even out on the island? Knowing Mike, he probably had a bet with Ty that Nisi wouldn't show up. It looked like he won that bet. She stood you up, bro. You need to face it. Ty stepped between them. Back off, Mike. Nisi isn't like that. Mike rolled his eyes. Come on, dude. Ty sighed. She's a crow. She probably had to work. You're not helping, Mike argued. You're letting him keep this delusion. Jaeger almost had his hands around the kid's throat when Ty pushed him back. Wait. Ty looked up. What's that noise? Jaeger worked to control his breathing and his desire to kick the living shit out of Malinsky, but once he did, he heard it too. It sounds like wings. Jaeger pulled away from Ty and walked to the French doors leading to his backyard. He just pushed the doors open when Mike grabbed his arm. Forget it, Jaeger. She probably sent those goddamn birds to rip you apart. And that's when they descended. They looked like a black tornado, spinning, swirling in the moonlit yard. Holy shit, Ty breathed. Then they lifted and left Nisi lying there. Jesus! Jaeger reached her first, kneeling down beside her. Nisi? Ty had his fingers against her throat. There's a pulse, but it's faint. Jaeger pushed her hair out of her face. Call Morgan. Speed dial 3. Ty ran back into the house as Mike rested back on his haunches. God, Jaeger, her wing. It's like someone hacked through it. But Jaeger didn't want to hear that right now. He didn't give a shit about her wing. All he cared about was keeping her alive. Nisi, can you hear me, baby? She muttered something he couldn't make out and moved her fingers the tiniest bit. It was just enough to show Jaeger she was still fighting as only Nisi Lawrence could. We need to get her inside. He looked at Mike. Then we need to call the crows. Dee Dee looked up from the television as Ari, Janelle, and Katie walked into the living room. It was a quiet night. No job from their goddess, so they'd all decided to watch movies. As usual, they ended up watching Aliens, again. They simply couldn't get enough of Vasquez. Any chick who kicked that much ass was an honorary crow. Where have you bitches been? Dee Dee snapped. Katie threw herself into one of the recliners. Oh, that's very nice. I'm just trying to get into the New Jersey spirit, Dee Dee laughed. Janelle sat on the edge of the couch. Katie told Delia we were hitting a comic book store. Well, as usual, no one tells me anything. You got my shit? Rachel asked, her arm no longer bandaged, her body nearly back to normal. Janelle tossed the paper bag to her. She caught it with both hands and pulled out some comics. Yes! Rachel cheered. She waved the thing at Sherry. I got Vikings Eternal, she sang to her. Then she stuck her tongue out at the woman. In response, Sherry gave her the finger. It amazed Dee Dee that the majority of the women in the Jersey gathering were, in fact, over 10 years old, 'cause they didn't act like it. Giggling, Rachel looked at the comic. Oh, my God, she barked out suddenly. She looked at Janelle. How the fuck did you get it signed? Dee Dee reared back as Sherry leaped over her to get a look at some stupid signature. Janelle shrugged. They had a few just lying around. Dee Dee watched Ari turn beet red and wondered what the hell was wrong with her when the phone rang. Delia, having recently gotten involved with the firemen, made a mad dash over her sisters and the couch to reach the phone. Both crashed to the floor, and the crows stared at her for a moment, then turned back to the current conversation. Why does our sweet Ari look like she's been up to something? Dee Dee asked. Ari blinked in surprise. Me? What? No. Janelle rolled her eyes. Smooth, Ari, very smooth. Dee Dee settled into the couch, ready to torture the little goody two-shoes when Delia stood up, the phone against her ear. One look at her face, and a bolt of fear snaked up Dee Dee's spine. What, Dee? It's Ty, Dee Dee frowned. Delia looked like she was about to cry, and she never cried, even when she got her hand stuck in the toilet that time. What's he want? She swallowed. It's niece, Dee Dee. Mike watched as Morgan finished reattaching Niecy's wing. She'd used black thread and surrounded the bed with powerful runes and 3 other older Valkyries. All 4 had made it to Jaeger's house in record time, which was good. If it hadn't been so cold out, Niecy probably wouldn't have lasted this long. As Morgan continued to work on Niecy's wing, the other 3 Valkyries chanted in the old language. The entire time Jaeger watched, his face hard and expressionless. Mike had never seen him like that, not even in battle, and he prayed he never saw him like that again. Morgan cut the black thread she'd used on Niecy's wing and tied a knot. Okay, boys, she barked over the chanting. Now the hard part. I've got to get a wing back in. It'll need time to heal inside her body. She looked at Jaeger. But she's a crow. She's gonna fight like all hell when that pain kicks in, so I'm gonna need you to hold her down. Mike stepped forward. I'll do it. No. Jaeger shook his head. I will. Both of you will. Leaning over the bed, Jaeger grasped Niecy's shoulders. He glanced at Morgan and nodded. Do it. The older woman straddled Niecy's body. Get her legs, Mike. Wishing he were anywhere but here, Mike took firm hold of Niecy's ankles, pushing them into the mattress. Okay. Morgan took a deep breath. Here we go. She lifted the wing and bent it, angling it into Niecy's body. As soon as she bent it, Niecy screamed, desperately trying to pull out of Jaeger's grasp. Mike looked up to see the strain on Jaeger's face, the absolute pain. Not physical, but just as damaging. Hold her tight. I've almost got it. It must have suddenly hurt worse, because Niecy began to fight harder. Morgan hadn't been kidding. Crows really put up a fight, even half dead and barely conscious. Mike didn't know how much longer Jaeger could keep this up, knowing how much pain Niecy was in. Just a little more. On the verge of telling Morgan to get her ancient ass into gear, he almost dropped in relief when she shouted, Got it! She chanted over the wound, and Niecy's skin closed over the wing and she stopped struggling. In fact, she stopped moving altogether. Morgan blew gray-brown hair out of her face. Okay, I just need to stitch up this wound near her wing and bandage her up. She slid off Nisi, motioning her Valkyrie sisters away with a wave of her hand. I'll be able to tell you more once she actually wakes up. Jaeger released Nisi's shoulders and stood. You mean, if she wakes up? Morgan sighed and briefly glanced at Mike before focusing on Jaeger. Don't get maudlin on me, Will. The fight that crow just put up? She'll wake. I just don't know when. And her wing? Well, that we'll just have to see. But I know how you guys are about your wings, so let's hope for the best. She cracked her neck. After I'm done bandaging her up, I'll need a break. I'll watch her. Jaeger grabbed a chair and put it down next to the bed. I won't leave her until she wakes up. That may be hours. He sat down. I don't care. Will. Forget it, Morgan. Mike shook his head. You're arguing to air. Morgan shrugged. Fine. She headed to the bathroom. Mike rubbed the metal bed frame with one knuckle. Eager, man? Forget it, Mike. Look, I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Jaeger leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees, his hands clasped together, and his eyes locked on the unconscious woman in his bed. Don't worry about it, Mike. The crows will be here soon. You better go help Ty. I don't want 'em all up here at one time. You got it. Mike took another look at his friend, turned, and left him to face this one on his own. Jaeger helped Morgan clean the blood off Nisi, stitch up a deep slash on her back, bandage up her wound, and tie her left arm against her chest to help the healing of her wing. They again laid her face down on the bed, and Morgan went to wash the blood off her hands. Pushing the black hair out of her face, Jaeger stared at the woman who'd taken his heart. He wouldn't let her die. He'd waited too long for her. She was his wife, his mate, his future. Leaning down, he kissed her ear. Sleep for a little while, baby, he whispered. Then get your ass up. We've got plans to make. I'm thinking someplace warm for the honeymoon. You in a bikini in the Caribbean. He gave a little smile and kissed her cheek. Nisi Lawrence was going to be okay because he wouldn't accept anything else. Dee Dee landed at the same time as the other crows. She didn't even bother looking at Jaeger's tidy and huge yard as she strode toward the house. Ty pushed open the French doors, and Dee Dee moved past him, the other crows behind her. Where is she? Upstairs, 2nd floor, 3rd door on the right. Just cut through the living room and take the stairs in the hallway. They made it into the hallway, but Mike Malinsky stopped them before they even reached the steps. She briefly wondered if she'd have to kick the living shit out of the kid. Morgan just finished with her. She's still out cold. Jaeger doesn't want a ton of people up there. Dee Dee could hear the rustling of angry wings behind her, but Jaeger was right. Okay, I'll go and you. She grabbed Ari's arm and dragged her toward the stairs. You're coming with me. Marching up the stairs, she ordered to the rest of the crows. You guys get warm. I'll be back soon. As they neared the room Ty directed them to, Dee Dee let Ari know exactly why she wanted her there. You tell me how bad she is. I want to know. You understand? Yes. She didn't care if she was scaring the girl. She didn't care about anything except Nisi. Dee Dee walked up to the doorway and stopped. Jaeger sat at Nisi's bedside, his elbows on his knees, his hands clasped together, his head down. Ari stepped in behind her, gave a small gasp, and then backed out of the room. Frowning, Dee Dee followed her and watched as the girl slid down the wall, her eyes shut. Oh my God, is it that bad? She demanded in a whisper. Is she dying? Ari shook her head. I don't know, Dee Dee. There's so much pain. I can't see past it. Nisi's pain? Ari looked up at Dee Dee, her eyes red-rimmed like she might start crying any second. Jaeger's. Finally, Dee saw Ari's ability as something more than a neat parlor trick to entertain the Bama Crows whenever they'd come to visit. It was real, and this girl could not only see what was inside other people, clearly she could feel as well. Thoughts of retiring again assaulted Dee. She'd clearly hit that point when she needed to move on. Much more, and she would become one of those leaders she always hated. Bitter, unreachable, and evil. No, it was time to go. But not until Nisi was better. Not until her second-in-command was running around protecting her girls, fighting her lust for Jaeger, and generally controlling the bullshit the crazy crows could start at the drop of a hat. Until she had that Nisi back, nothing would be okay. She crouched down next to Ari. "You stay here, hon. I'll check on her." Ari simply nodded, her arms wrapped around her knees, her small body trembling. Taking a deep breath, Dee stood and went back into the room with Jaeger. She walked around to the other side of the bed and looked down at her friend. She lay face down, one arm tucked up under her because they'd tied it close to her body. Her naked back covered in bandages, and her head turned to the side. She wasn't asleep, because she didn't move at all. Dee wasn't really even sure she was breathing. Dee leaned down and kissed the top of her friend's head. "You get your ass better and up, Nisi Lawrence," she whispered, "or there will be hell to pay. I promise you that." Looking over at Jaeger, Dee straightened up. "Jaeger, I'd like to leave her here, if that's okay with you. I know she'll be safe here." Jaeger finally looked up at her. She didn't need to read auras to see the man's pain. "Absolutely. She can stay as long as it takes." But she knew he meant Nisi Lawrence could stay forever. Jaeger didn't even realize Dee had gone, or that at least 2 hours had passed, until Morgan came in to check on Nisi. After a few minutes, she walked around to his chair and lovingly ran her hands through his hair. "Well, hon, you gotta get some sleep." "I'm really not tired." And he wasn't leaving Nisi. He'd never leave her. "Okay, but if you do, lay down next to her." She kissed the top of his head. "Let her know you're here." Then she left, quietly closing the door behind her. Again, Jaeger lost track of time, sitting in the dimly lit room, staring at Nisi's prone body and beautiful face. Eventually, though, his body got the better of him, so taking Morgan's advice, he stretched out on the bed beside her, stomach down. He caressed her face with one hand until sleep claimed him. Chapter 16. Even with her eyes closed, the light was killing her. Christ, why would somebody shine a fucking strobe light in her face? Nisi forced her eyes open and realized it wasn't a strobe light, but the early afternoon sun that had been irritating the shit out of her. And she realized she was in bed with Will Jaeger. Not only that, but she got the feeling the cocksucker had tied her up again. She couldn't move her left arm. That searing pain, though, where did that come from? She studied Jaeger's face. He was frowning in his sleep, but still looked as sexy as ever. Her right hand was free, so she reached out and slid her fingertips across Jaeger's furrowed brow and down his nose. She smiled. He really is a cutie. That's when his eyes slowly opened. They stared at each other for several long moments. Then Jaeger smiled. A big, wide, relieved grin that completely turned her insides to mush. Christ, she was turning into such a total wuss because of this guy. "Hey, baby." His voice was low, scratchy with sleep. Even with the pain in her back, it completely made her nipples stand up and offer a big howdy to anyone in the room. "Hey. How long you been awake?" "Not long." "How do you feel?" "My back hurts." "Yeah, it will for a little while." "Why? I didn't fall off something again, did I?" His grin turned warm. No, baby, you didn't. You don't remember? Remember what? His fingers brushed her cheek and slid down her neck. You were in a fight. I was? She didn't remember a fight. She remembered waiting for the cab to take her to the train, and the train that would take her to Jaeger. I'm at your house, right? It's a long story, baby. Don't worry about it for now. I just need you to rest. She really hated when he got evasive on her, but she wasn't in the mood to fight it, at least not at the moment. I've gotta pee. Okay. Quick as a cat, Jaeger jumped out of bed and came around to her side. Let's get you up, baby. I can do it on my own. Don't start with me, Niecy Lawrence. Before she could start anything, Jaeger pulled back the sheet covering her naked body and slowly turned her, lifting her up into his arms. She sucked her breath between her teeth as the pain in her back tripled. Jaeger immediately stopped. Are you okay? Gritting her teeth against the pain. I'm fine, really. Not really, but her need to pee overrode any pain she may have. Of course, he didn't remotely believe her, but he was nice enough not to push it. With her tucked into his big arms, Jaeger moved easily to the enormous bathroom. Carefully, he lowered her onto the toilet. Then he stood back and stared at her. Well, go on, he pushed. Her mouth dropped open in shock, but she quickly recovered. Have you lost your mind? Get out! Come on, Niecy, aren't we past this? The last of her control snapped. Out! Chuckling. Okay, I'm going. He stepped to the doorway. And you can do whatever you need to in here. You don't have to keep it to peeing. Jaeger! He laughed a little louder and walked out, closing the door behind him. Ari tapped Dee Dee lightly on the shoulder, and the older woman snapped awake, those dark brown eyes swinging her way. I brought you coffee. The hard look on Dee Dee's face faded. Thanks, hon. Somehow Ari had gone from that girl to hun in pretty much a nanosecond. She didn't question it too much, but she could read it was a true change. She could see it in Dee Dee's colors. Dee Dee took the coffee from her as Ari looked around Jaeger's living room. The gathering had taken over the poor man's house, completely and utterly. Add in that most of the tri-state ravens also showed up, and you had a room full of winged people waiting around. Everyone spoke quietly, any loud noise causing quite the stir. The only ones not there were the teens or elders with families to care for. A separate group of elders from both sides took the teens to go stay with the Philly Crows until things settled down and it was safe for them to return. The rest of them stayed up the remainder of the night, playing cards, watching bad late-night TV, or just staring. Lots of staring. Around dawn, they'd all fallen asleep, except for those who were on watch. Apparently, it had become the role of the ravens as well as the crows to protect Niecy. They all felt responsible for her. Ty walked into the living room from the backyard. He was on his phone, using it as a walkie-talkie. Okay, got it. Dee Dee sipped her coffee, then looked up at Ty. What? He smiled. She's awake. She's already yelled at him, twice. As one, the crows all jumped to their feet. Laughing and cheering, they hugged each other. Ari closed her eyes, the sudden burst of light nearly blinding her, but her sense of relief was so intense she could barely breathe. She didn't want to think about life among the gathering without her friend. Niecy had become her family. She wasn't ready to lose that. She'd never be ready to lose that. Jaeger hovered outside the door. As soon as Morgan came up to check on Niecy, she tossed him out, which he didn't appreciate one damn bit. He didn't like the idea of being too far from her, at least not until he knew Niecy could protect herself. Except for still having a vicious tongue, his woman looked small and weak. Well, as small and weak as a 6-foot, 1-inch woman could look. Even bruised, battered, bloody, and cranky, Niecy Lawrence was still the most beautiful woman he'd ever known. And he felt like a total shit because he didn't just want her to get well for her own sake. He wanted her to get well so that he could have her in his arms again, so he could feel her underneath him, moaning his name as she came. It was one of the few ways Niecy let Jaeger show her how much he cared. But that was about to change. He was going to take care of her while she recovered whether she wanted him to or not. He didn't want to hear any shit from her about it either. Ow! Jaeger heard Niecy's barked exclamation of pain, and he refused to let her or Morgan shut him out any longer. He threw open his bedroom door, and both women looked up at him. Morgan had Niecy's hand and seemed to be checking it. Jaeger worked hard not to think too hard about the fact that Niecy looked damn adorable in his sleeveless Knicks baseball t-shirt, although she looked even better naked. "What's wrong?" Niecy rolled her eyes. "Oh, this is going to get really old. I heard you cry out in pain." "I must have bent my finger back during the flight is all." Morgan was checking it to see how bad it is. The vision of Niecy fighting some unknown enemy all alone made his blood run cold every time, whereas she acted like it was really no big deal. "So feel free to leave now." "Forget it, Lawrence. I'm not going anywhere." "Will Jaeger?" Morgan dropped Niecy's hand. "I know I raised you better than that." "No, you didn't." Smirking, Morgan turned back to Niecy. "You might as well forget it, honey. I know that determined look in those steely gray eyes." "Yeah, me too," Niecy muttered as she eased herself back against the bed's headboard. Morgan grabbed her coat from off the foot of the bed. "Your finger's not broken, maybe a little sprain, but I don't even think it's that bad. Just rest it and try not to mess with it. Try ice if it really starts to hurt." She tugged on her coat. "Now I know I don't have to tell you not to push yourself, right? As a crow, you're healing faster than anyone on the planet, but I still want you staying quiet for the next couple of days." "Yeah, but..." "No buts, Niecy Lawrence. I don't want to hear it. Dee Dee and the rest of the crows can handle anything that may come up. You don't need to fight every battle." "So I'm just supposed to sit here, doing nothing?" "Wow, you do understand me." Morgan headed toward the door. "But I'm sure this man right here," she patted Jaeger's shoulder as she walked past, "will be more than happy to keep you occupied for a little while. Right, Will?" Morgan walked out, the door slamming behind her. Jaeger looked up to find Niecy staring at him with narrowed eyes. "I didn't tell her to say that, you know, so get that look off your face." "Is there anyone here that doesn't know we're fucking?" "Is that really all we're doing, Lawrence? Just fucking?" She tried to fold her arms across her chest, but quickly remembered the left arm tied tight against her body, her fingers close to her throat. She growled in frustration. "This is going to make me nuts!" He'd never seen Niecy so openly agitated before. He had to admit, he kind of enjoyed it. "You leave your arm alone." He strode to the bed. "It's to help your wing heal." Niecy looked away from him so quickly, he almost didn't catch the look in her eye. Panic? "What is it, baby?" "Stop calling me that!" Grunting in annoyance, Jaeger got onto the bed next to her. "Look, let's get some things straight, okay? I'm going to call you baby because I like it. And you like it too. You just keep being difficult." Her head snapped around to glare at him. "How the fuck do you know I like it?" "Because when I'm inside you and call you baby, your pussy practically turns into a river. That's how I know." Niecy stared at him for several seconds, then shook her head. "Jesus, Jaeger, I was hit in the back with an axe. I look like utter shit. I'm covered in frickin' bruises and scrapes and open wounds, and you still..." "Want you?" "Yeah, baby. I still want you. which is why I need you to get better." He brought his hand up to cup her chin, forcing her to keep looking at him. "You rock my universe, Dr. Lawrence, and I almost lost you." "Jaeger." He gripped her chin tighter as she tried to turn away. "I'm not letting you avoid this, Nisi. Avoid us. I've let you get away with it this long, but not anymore. Life's too short, baby, so get over your bullshit." She opened her mouth to probably yell at him or tell him to get away from her, but before she got the chance, he kissed her. He'd been wanting to since she woke up, but he knew it had to wait. Now, though, he saw she needed a little reminder of what they did to each other, what they'd always do to each other, drive each other crazy. His tongue swept inside her startled mouth, and she moaned, her head tipping to the side so that their mouths fit together better. Her free hand lay across his chest, her fingers digging into his t-shirt and muscle. Their kiss went from sweet and warm to hot and wet in seconds, and his inner voice kept yelling at him to stop. She was still recovering, not ready for him to throw her down on the bed and fuck her until she agreed to marry him. His body, however, just wasn't listening, and neither was hers. But Ty and Dee walked into the room? Well, that stopped it, especially when Dee yelled, "Good Lord, Jaeger! How about waiting until she's off the freaking critical list before groping her like a hooker?" How exactly did the man keep doing this to her? With only a kiss, he could make her all wet and needy. It was shameful. She yanked away from him, so fast she caused a shock of pain to race down her back. But she refused to let it show because Jaeger and Dee would be all over that. "Well, you seem to be doing well, Nisi." Nisi looked at Ty, not bothering to hide her sarcasm. "Much better, thanks, Ty." His low chuckle made her want to slap his face. Christ, what was wrong with her? She actually liked Ty, usually. "So, what do you want?" "You are the worst patient." Dee sat on the bed. "You going to keep being this miserable?" "Yes. Any other questions?" "Oh, man, you're in for a time, Jaeger. Sure you don't want us to take her cranky fat ass? Watch it. Back to the birdhouse?" Suddenly, fear he may send her back to Jersey filled her system, and she hated herself for it. She couldn't stay here and let this man take care of her. It was one thing for her sisters to take care for her. They did it for each other. She'd nursed many of them through things as simple as summer colds to the more complex open wounds following knife fights. But no, she couldn't stay and take advantage of the man's hospitality any long... "Not on your life, Dee. She stays here." Nisi's head snapped around. Jaeger sounded so adamant, like he was willing to fight Dee on this, and few people fought Dee on much these days. Okay, calm yourself. Just trying to let you off the hook. I know how difficult and evil she can be. I like her difficult and evil. "You know I'm right here," she snapped. They both looked at her and then back to each other. "Look, Jaeger, you want to keep the evil heifer? Be my guest." Dee joked while standing. If she were any closer, Nisi would wrap her hand around the woman's throat. She didn't care her leader was kidding. Calling her heifer and talking about her fat ass in front of Jaeger, however, was not cool. "Okay, I'll keep her. I mean, you don't want her back or anything, right?" "Nah, keep her." Now they were just playing with the piranha. Pricks. "By the way, Jaeger, the crows have made themselves kind of at home. Until our little Nisi can walk herself out of here, we plan on sticking around. Hope that's okay." "Sure, you guys are always welcome." "Come on, Ty, let's leave these two alone." "You sure that's okay? I mean, she's supposed to be recovering, not getting herself all worked up." Nisi felt raw embarrassment as Ty and Dee left. "I hate them." "He's right, though. I need to leave you alone until you get better." She didn't like the sound of that either, even though he was right. Whatever. She yawned and rubbed her eyes. Jaeger reached down and pulled the comforter up, covering them both. Snuggle down, baby. She hesitated for a moment, but her last 45 minutes of activity was catching up with her. Morgan warned her she'd find herself getting tired quickly, at least for a little while, so she decided not to fight it. She slid down and turned on her right side. Jaeger moved up behind her. Tell me if this hurts. Then he spooned her, his arm around her waist, his legs pushed against the back of her thighs, and his nose nuzzling the back of her neck. The last thing she felt at the moment was pain. So she didn't say anything, and instead went to sleep, feeling safe and loved. Waldegrave took the axe from his disciple's hand. Without any prompting, the disciple offered, He fought well. They all did. Is this all that's left? Yes, those birds of hers came. They ripped him apart in seconds. Too bad. No proper funeral rites for him. And her? Dead. He split her wing at the base. And her body. The birds took her. Back to her other females. Good. The sight of her torn body would have them mad with bloodlust, making the rest easy. Mike stared up at the trees, barely noticing Ty when he pushed his shoulder, then handed him a cup of coffee. Am I the only one freaked out by them? Ty looked up. As long as we're taking care of her, we'll be fine. Mike wasn't so sure. He found hundreds of crows and ravens watching them a little bit unnerving, especially when the one woman who controlled them was still recovering. Morgan said she'd be sleeping a lot. What if they decided to go wild while she was sleeping? This is not good. Don't be a pussy, Malinsky. Of course, Ty wasn't afraid. Ty, who had friends many would consider much less than human. En masse, the birds suddenly took flight and headed right into Jaeger's bedroom. Bro! Now Ty frowned. We better go check. They walked past the women and other ravens who were eating, talking, or sleeping. Mike liked the fact the gathering didn't seem distracted by him in the least. He liked a good challenge. To be honest, the Valkyries were way easy. Getting to Jaeger's room was simple, but getting inside was another matter altogether. Should we knock? Mike asked. Ty shrugged. I don't know. I don't want to startle anybody, if you know what I mean. He knew exactly what Ty meant, so silently Mike eased Jaeger's bedroom door open. Then he stared. So did Ty. They were everywhere, just sitting there. Jaeger was out cold in his bed, but Nisi sat by the window. One enormous crow on her shoulder rubbing her head against Nisi's cheek. A giant raven on her knee. Nisi reached over and rubbed her index finger over the bird's head. Mike and Ty looked at each other. After a moment, they turned to Jaeger. They waited, and suddenly he snapped awake. They knew Jaeger would sense their presence. It was part of their training. Jaeger's eyes immediately focused on them, and a few seconds later, the birds that had invaded his room. His eyes grew wide as he surveyed his room while slowly sitting up. Baby? Is everything okay? She nodded without looking at him. Sure. I was just thinking I wanted to see them, to thank them, and they came. She smiled, like they always do. That's great, baby. Jaeger slid off the bed, very careful of where he placed his big feet. Nisi, I'll be back in a sec. She nodded as the raven gripped her index finger with its talons. Stepping very carefully, Jaeger walked across his bedroom and followed Mike and Ty out into the hallway. He closed the door behind him, and then all three men let out huge breaths. That didn't happen, and we're never discussing it again. Good plan, Mike choked out. What you got there, princess? Ari, kneeling on the living room floor, gasped in surprise as liar Mike Malinsky snatched Nisi's cell phone out of her hand. She'd pulled it from Nisi's torn and blood-encrusted jeans, going through the last incoming and outgoing calls when Malinsky took it from her. He dropped onto Yeager's couch, his inhumanly large feet up on the fine leather. Growling, Ari reached over and tried to grab the phone back. Without much effort, Malinsky held it from her grasp, simply by holding it over his head and moving it around. "Come on, sweet cheeks, tell me what's going on." "Give it!" To her utter horror, Malinsky held the phone in one hand, and still out of reach, while he used his other hand to hold Ari at bay, by pushing back on her forehead. Suddenly she felt 8 years old again, and the school bully had once again singled her out. "Tell me what you're doing and I'll give it back to you." "I don't have to tell you anything." She tried to force Malinsky's hand off her head, but it was useless. Not surprisingly, he was seriously strong. Seconds away from bursting into frustrated tears, another hand reached over her and snatched the phone from Malinsky's grasp. Ari looked up in time to see Janelle ball up her fist and punch Malinsky over and over again in his stomach. By the 6th hit, she pulled away, then suddenly swung back again, nailing Malinsky right in the groin. "Ow, you Amazon bitch!" He doubled over and turned away from both women, his head buried in the couch cushions. "Here." Janelle tossed her the phone, and Ari caught it, almost dropped it, caught it, dropped it, and crawled after it as it skipped across the floor. She didn't even have to look at Janelle to know the woman probably rewarded her with one of her patented headshakes. She seemed to save those only for Ari. When she finally got her hands on the phone, Ari found herself kneeling in front of Delia. "What you doing?" Delia asked. Ari took a deep breath, working really hard to put those frustration tears right back where they belonged. She'd cried enough in front of these women. "I found Nisi's phone in her clothes. I was checking the incoming and outgoing messages from Friday night. Though it might tell us something." Delia stared at her in surprise. "Good move, Ari girl. Find anything?" "Yeah, you called her." Delia blinked in surprise and glanced between Ari and Janelle. "That night? No, I didn't." She shrugged at Janelle. "I was waiting for the firemen to call." Janelle shook her head. "You and your thing for firemen." "Hello, they're hot." Ari opened the phone, found the last incoming message in Nisi's caller ID, and handed the device to Delia. "Isn't that your number?" Delia stared at it. "I don't get it. I didn't call her. Really." Janelle walked up behind Ari, grasped her under her arms, and easily lifted her to her feet. "Then how does her phone have you calling at that time?" "How the hell should I know?" Ari had a good idea, but before she could say it, Malinsky barked from his huddled position on the couch. "They cloned it, you idiots!" "Shut up!" Janelle screamed it so loudly, her voice even dropping a few octaves. Ari was ready to bolt out of the room, but when she turned back around, Janelle had the prettiest grin on her face. She winked at Ari and said to Delia, "You know what? I bet they cloned it, Dee." Delia grinned right back, both of them thoroughly enjoying torturing Malinsky. "You're absolutely right, Janelle. You are so smart." "Bitches," Malinsky muttered from the couch. Janelle gave Ari a quick, affectionate head scratch before stepping away from her. "And if they could clone your number, they've been listening to us for months, at least," Delia finished. The realization of what had been going on for quite some time hit both women hard. Their smiles faded as Janelle's head dropped slightly. "Holy shit." Delia closed the phone with an angry snap. "We are such dumbasses." Ari folded her arms in front of her chest. "We didn't know." "Didn't know what?" Ty walked into the room, and Ari watched in fascination as Janelle's punky, tough colors dramatically shifted as soon as Ty appeared. Of course, he did too once he realized Janelle was standing there. Their colors swirled near and around each other, still testing, but unlike Nisi and Jaeger's, they hadn't quite begun to flow together. Still, Ari knew it was only a matter of time. Delia, unaware of the growing tension between Ty and Janelle, held up Nisi's phone. "The hunters, we think they've been monitoring our calls, cloning our numbers." Ty shrugged his enormous shoulders. "Makes sense, but don't worry about it. I know somebody who can get all of you new phones, new numbers by tonight. I just need a list." Nodding, Delia tossed Nisi's phone back to Ari. She almost had it, but it slipped out of her hands, flew across the room, and binged Malinsky right in the forehead as he sat up. "Ow!" As habit, Ari immediately went to apologize, but Ty's giant hand gently covered her mouth. "Why do I bet he somehow deserved that?" he muttered softly into her ear. Ari looked up at him and nodded. "I don't want any more soup, and if you don't make a move, I'm going to chop all your pieces in half." Jaeger looked up from the chessboard sitting between them on the bed. "Don't rush me. When I play chess, I take my time. I savor the game." Growling out, "Again with the savoring? What is it with you?" Rolling those gorgeous steel-gray eyes, Jaeger looked back at the chessboard and stared. She glared at the top of his head. She'd been staring at the top of his head for 15 minutes now. No, if she looked at the top of his head much longer, she was going to start ripping his hair out, and she really liked his hair. Nisi allowed her gaze to wander around Jaeger's bedroom. So far the only part of the house she'd actually seen. Jaeger wouldn't let her leave. He brought her food, water, magazines, books. Anything she wanted, he made sure she got. He only let Morgan, Dee and a few of the crows at a time in to visit her. He insisted on shoveling soup down her throat like it was some kind of cure-all. Jaeger's bedroom in his Long Island home was as beautiful as his city apartment. And just like his other bed, the frame was big, stainless steel, and perfect for fucking in. But no, Jaeger wouldn't touch her except to hold her when she slept. She'd initially thought maybe he'd lost interest, seeing as her entire body resembled one big bloody bruise. Then she'd realized he kept disappearing into the bathroom to take showers. Lots and lots of showers. He had to be the cleanest man on the planet. She had the distinct feeling those showers were mighty cold. As Jaeger contemplated the chessboard like the Rosetta Stone, Nisi looked at the bedroom doorway and freedom. That's when she saw it. Silently, Mike Malinsky ran down the hallway, a wet towel in his hand. Tearing after him a few seconds later was a very wet and extremely naked Janelle. Jaeger's hand rose over the chessboard, but he shook his head and lowered it again. Mike came tearing back, still swinging that towel over his head. Jaeger clucked his tongue against his teeth, but didn't lift his head. Janelle leaped past the doorway. A few seconds later, she and Mike reappeared. She had Mike in a headlock, but he wasn't giving up that towel. Both were still completely silent, even as Janelle repeatedly and brutally punched Malinsky in the face. If Nisi couldn't hear Jaeger's geeky thinking sounds, she would have assumed she'd gone deaf. The struggling pair stumbled out of Nisi's line of sight. "You're trying to box me in, Dr. Lawrence." Jaeger flashed her a gorgeous grin. "But I'm not falling for it." His head dropped down and Janelle came back into sight. She held one end of the towel and desperately tried to yank it away from Mike, who had the other end. She dragged him across the hallway floor, but he still wouldn't let it go. And Nisi knew that grin of his would set Janelle's hair on fire. "Aha, I got it." Jaeger made a move, but Nisi had completely lost interest now that Ty had suddenly appeared. He picked Mike up and disappeared with him. She knew what he did with him, though, as the muffled sounds of someone tossed down a flight of stairs made it into the bedroom. The towel in his hand, Ty walked up to a shivering, visibly raging Janelle. He held out the towel to her, and she snatched it from him, storming off. Too much dignity to bother wrapping it around herself. Ty watched her walk away. Actually, that was a little tame. It was more like he absorbed every detail of Janelle's dimpled ass walking back down the hallway. When one of the many bathroom doors slammed closed, Ty flashed Nisi a delicious grin. He shrugged, wiggled his eyebrows, and walked away. Jaeger leaned back, his palms flat on the mattress, his arms propping him up. "Checkmate, baby." He looked so hurt when she burst out laughing and couldn't stop. Jaeger gratefully took the cup of coffee Delia handed him and walked over to the glass doors leading from his kitchen to his backyard. Quietly, he stood next to Ty. "She doing okay?" Ty finally asked. "Yeah, so far." "Her mood getting any better?" "Hey, cut her some slack. I'd love to see how well you'd take an axe to the back." "I don't have a problem with it. I'm just not used to seeing Nisi Lawrence expressing an actual emotion," Jaeger helpfully offered when Ty seemed at a loss. "Yeah, exactly. She's too exhausted and drained to have her usual walls up, which you're not minding one bit." "Nope, not really." Delia came up behind Jaeger. "I'm making her a grilled cheese sandwich. I'm afraid if you bring her soup again, she'll hurt you." Watching Mike walk across the backyard, Jaeger said, "Soup is good for her." Okay, I'll give her both. Grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup. Happy now?" "Very." The trio stopped speaking as one of Nisi's crows suddenly dive-bombed Mike. "Whoa!" Delia stepped closer as Mike swung his arms to get the bird away from him. "Jaeger, I thought you said Nisi was asleep." "She is asleep. She was out cold when I came down here." Two more crows dived at Mike, freaking the poor kid out. Then 6 more. "Then what the—" Ty sipped his coffee as Mike did his best to keep the birds away from him. "It's not Nisi," he offered casually. "It's that meat and bird seed I put in his pockets." Delia covered her mouth in surprise, but she couldn't stifle the laughter. Jaeger shook his head. "Why?" They watched as Mike ran to the doors, trying to get in, but apparently Ty had locked them and seemed in no rush to unlock them. "He knows why." Mike slammed his fist against the thick glass and pointed at Ty, while the growing number of birds steadily attacked his coat, and therefore him. "You motherfucker!" "See?" Ty took another sip of his coffee. "Told you he knows why." Nisi stared out at Jaeger's bedroom window at the crows and ravens hanging around in his backyard. She didn't even know anyone was in the room with her until she felt a small hand on her shoulder. She smiled down into Ari's concerned face. "Hey, kid." "You okay, niece?" She knew Ari had read her colors and already knew she wasn't okay. Nisi shrugged with one shoulder. "I'm breathing." "Is that good enough?" "Better than I had a right to hope." "You're worried about your wings." It wasn't a question. "It sounds so stupid when you say it out loud." "Why? Those wings have been a part of you for years." "Yeah, but it seems awfully petty to worry about my wings when I could easily be having this discussion in Valhalla with Odin." "But you're not. You're here, and you're still a crow, Nisi. You'll always be a crow." "Yeah, a maimed, useless crow." "Niece." Before Ari could finish her thought, Jaeger walked into the room with a pile of books and DVDs for Nisi. He looked at both women and immediately frowned. "What's wrong?" Nisi didn't lie, but that didn't mean she wouldn't let others lie for her. She glanced at Ari, and immediately the girl said, "Oh, I'm just whining. Mike is being such a... Asshole?" Schmuck? Fucker? Spastic colon? Ari giggled, but turned her face away. She was even shy about laughing. Yeah, all of the above, she practically whispered. Yeager dropped his pile of stuff on the bed. Well, I wouldn't sweat it, Ari. I think you'll be mellow for at least a few hours. Nisi's eyes narrowed. Okay? What did you guys do to him? Yeager blinked innocently. Baby, we didn't do anything to Mike. You leave him alone, Wilhelm Yeager. Now both Ari and Yeager stared at her. What? I like Mike. He's funny. Disgusted, Ari walked out while Yeager continued to stare at her. What? Nisi asked again. After 4 full days of bed rest, Nisi couldn't take it anymore. She was bored beyond anything and tired of sitting or lying around. So when Yeager left the room to get her something to drink, she slipped out of bed and slowly made her way downstairs. As she carefully walked, her free hand against the wall to keep her steady, she marveled at the rest of Yeager's house. She'd felt like his apartment was luxurious even with all that manly steel. But his house was just astounding. Tasteful, comfortable, inviting. She could easily see herself spending time here. Damn it. She'd been afraid this would happen. Afraid she'd get comfortable. Afraid she'd let Yeager in. And damn it, she had. He'd barely left her side for 4 days, and he had yet to get cranky about it. She moved, he was up asking her what she needed. She sighed, he rubbed the back of her neck. She burped from all that damn soup, and he chuckled. His treatment of her should annoy the living hell out of her, but it didn't. Actually, she liked it. A lot. It almost made her forget what she was really scared about. Nisi made it down the stairs without Yeager catching her, but as she reached the last step, Mike stepped around the corner. He looked at her with one raised eyebrow. What are you doing out of bed, young lady? Don't you start, Malinsky. I couldn't take it anymore, so I'm making a break for it. And what happened to your face? Did something peck you? I'm not discussing it. His adorable blue eyes strayed to her hand, gripping the handrail. Yeah, getting to the living room wouldn't be easy, but she was willing to take it one slow step at a time. Mike moved up close to her. I swear, Lawrence, you spoiled chicks. Yeah, Catholic orphanages are known for the way they spoil their kids. He smiled as he reached down, wrapped his arms around her waist, and lifted her up. He carefully avoided touching her major wounds and didn't jostle her tied arm. Well, aren't you gallant for a boy from the hood, she joked, relieved she wouldn't have to make that walk to the living room. Don't make me drop you, sweetie. The pair walked into the living room and right into Yeager. He had her requested juice box in his hand and the deepest frown possible on his face. Glaring, he watched the two. Mike didn't hesitate. Take her. He practically threw Nisi into Yeager's arms, then grabbed the juice box and walked away. Don't look at me like that. I couldn't stand another second trapped in that room. Fine. Yeager walked her over to the couch and sat her down, shoved the television remote into her hand and a book on the lives of computer hackers in her lap. Happy now? She smiled up at him, knowing it would annoy him. Ecstatic. With a grunt, he headed back to the kitchen. A minute later, he came back out and handed her another juice box. Then he stretched out on the couch, laid his head in her lap, after pushing the book out of his way, and went to sleep. Yeager woke up when it was dark outside. His head was still in Nisi's lap, but the crows now filled the room. Not the birds, thankfully. The women. They spoke and laughed in whispers, and he realized they were trying not to wake him up. Yawning, he turned on his back and looked up into Nisi's battered but beautiful face. Hey. Hey. Sleep okay? Yep. I had your sweet scent to keep me company. Aw, all the crows sighed out. "Shut up or I'm calling my birds," Nisi barked. "Someone's bitchy," one of the crows laughed. Then the sound on the television went up, as did the gathering's conversation. He glanced over and realized that, yes, they were actually watching reruns of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Nisi's free hand slid through his hair. He closed his eyes and sighed. Man, he could easily get used to this. She fit perfectly into his world, even injured and cranky as all hell, the same way she fit in his arms when asleep. Nisi was perfect for him, and he wanted her healthy and well and living with him forever. "They're getting ready to order some Chinese food. Want any?" she asked. "Yeah, I'm starving." Janelle walked in from the backyard. "You put your hands on me again, Malinsky, and you'll be scratching those tiny balls with a claw." Yeager winced as Janelle stormed into the room, leaving the doors wide open. God damn, Mike. Of course, one look at the big blonde girl's face, and Yeager was sure she could handle herself quite nicely. But still, no touching without permission, especially when it came to the crows. "We're going to need a credit card," she announced to the room. "The Ravens ordered half the menu. You'd think they'd never eaten before." "Dee Dee's got a card," Katie offered, as she lounged in one of his massage recliners. She had it going full blast and appeared to be enjoying herself. "Then where the hell is Dee Dee?" When no one answered. "Dee Dee?" Now Nisi winced. "Yo, Janelle, could you act like you got a little class?" "Could you," Janelle mimicked back to Nisi, "back the fuck off?" Nisi glanced at Yeager, and he suddenly realized she was embarrassed. He didn't know why, though, especially when Mike ran backward into the room through the doors Janelle just came through. Yeager could hear Ty yelling, "Go long, bro, go long." Then the football hit Mike in the chest. He caught it, but it flipped him over the couch, his head slamming against Yeager's $2,000 coffee table. Fuck, where'd this table come from? Now he was embarrassed. Did Mike not have any sense at all? Stupid question. Of course he didn't. Dee Dee stormed into the room, the National Enquirer in her hand. "You know what I would love from y'all? If I could take a shit in peace just once in my goddamn life." Nisi rubbed her eyes. "Oh my God, this is spiraling," she muttered low so only he could hear. Yeager turned on his side, facing her, and whispered, "Now that you're getting better, they're getting comfortable." God, I'm sorry, Yeager. About what? She glanced around the room. They were all talking at once, a bunch of loud, noisy birds. For them getting so fucking comfortable. There's nothing to apologize for. He motioned to Mike. Really, there's nothing. Nisi looked over and they both watched as Mike, who recovered quite nicely from his dance with the coffee table and now stood by the couch, decided to rest his forearm on the top of Ari's head. She had been standing quietly by him, waiting to put in her food order. Yeager guessed, based on the fact she held the menu in her hand. Painfully shy, she probably hated that Mike had just made her the center of attention. "Hey, get off me!" She slapped at his hands. "Oh, come on, like you've never been used as a stool before." Gasping in indignation, Ari jumped away from him. You... "Say it, Ari," Janelle urged. Apparently that was all the prompting little Ari needed. "You a-hole!" The room grew quiet, everyone staring at Ari. "What?" she finally asked. Janelle sighed. "Katie," without relinquishing her chair and therefore her massage. "Mike Malinsky, you put your motherfucking hands on me again, and I'll cut off your nipples and make them into a fashionable headband." Janelle nodded. "That's what you say." Shaking her head, Ari stuttered, I can't say that." "What's the matter, princess?" Mike pushed, although Yeager had no idea why. "You gonna cry?" Again? Dark brown eyes turned on Mike like two lasers. Her eyes swept from his head to his feet and back again. Then she said the strangest thing. Your colors are sad and lonely and desperate, and I hope you drown in them. With that, she handed the menu to Ty, who just walked into the room. Get me the shrimp lo mein. Then she stormed out. Janelle shook her head. Damn, that was some cold shit from our little Ari. What the hell did that even mean? Katie smiled, her eyes closed as she enjoyed the massage. It means get used to the idea of being a lonely, bitter old man one day, Malinsky. Sort of like how you're a lonely, bitter young man right now. Would it really kill her sisters to act like they didn't just roll up from the local bar? As with most crows, they'd made themselves at home in Jaeger's gorgeous house. Normally, Nisi wouldn't complain, but she didn't like the idea of them taking advantage of Jaeger. He didn't have to do this. Didn't they realize that? He was letting them stay here out of the kindness of his giant geek heart. She wouldn't let anyone abuse that, even the gathering. You know, Mike began casually, we are starting to run out of food. Perhaps you lovely ladies could do a little grocery shopping while you're out. Jaeger settled his head more comfortably into Nisi's lap as Janelle's arms crossed in front of her chest. Uh-oh, her "you're pissing me off" stance. This couldn't be good. Why don't you get the fucking food? Aren't you more comfortable getting the food? Cooking the meals? Mike smiled. Washing the clothes? It was like the kid had a death wish or something. Why would I do that when clearly you're much more comfortable being a whorish bitch than the rest of us? Mike opened his mouth to say something, but Ty slapped him in the back of the head. Stop it. He walked over to the couch and climbed up so that his butt rested on the back of it, while his feet were on the seat. Jaeger didn't seem remotely annoyed that his buddy's enormous feet were resting on his expensive leather couch. And you're going. I'm sure the ladies could use a big, strong Viking like yourself to tote that barge and lift that bale. Yeah, but... Go to the kitchen and see what we need, Ty ordered. Looking like the kid she always thought he was, Mike headed toward the kitchen. Janelle smirked, about to say something that she knew would piss Mike off. Cut it, Janelle, Nisi warned. Janelle didn't bother hiding her smile as she winked at Nisi. What a bonehead. I'm surrounded by boneheads. Ty held the menu between two big fingers. So, what are we doing exactly? Janelle dropped to one knee and laced up her sneaker. Getting dinner and I guess groceries now. Staring straight at Janelle, Ty grinned. Nisi had seen that same grin on Jaeger's face more than once, usually right before he put his tongue in her pussy. In other words, you're asking me what I'd like to eat tonight? Nisi glanced down at Jaeger. Then they both turned away before they started laughing. As it was, Nisi still sort of snorted. Yeah. Janelle stood up, completely oblivious. That's why you have the menu. Confusion on her face, she walked off into the kitchen. Ty looked at Nisi. She shrugged. We're not real good with subtle. I'm starting to see that. Stomach down on his bed, Jaeger hugged his pillow and wiped his tears with his thumb, while Nisi laughed hysterically from under the covers. That had to be the most bizarre dinner I've ever experienced. They spoke in tight whispers, since they didn't know who might be outside Jaeger's door, but it wasn't easy. And, Nisi choked from beneath the covers, it just kept getting worse as the night wore on. Jaeger was still shocked no one had come to blows. Although it didn't all start at the dinner. It started at the grocery store. Apparently Mike and Janelle argued about what to buy since it would be going on Jaeger's account. According to the crows, it got so bad eventually Mike called it Janelle Bigfoot, which prompted him to ask about her actual foot size. This seemed to be a sore point for Janelle, who placed Mike in a headlock and repeatedly slammed him into the glass doors of the frozen food section. Katie separated them by punching both of them in the back of the head. Picking up the Chinese food seemed to go without incident. The crows and ravens even working together to set up the table and lay out the food. All went fine until they started eating. Mike decided to hit on one of the girls. Normal behavior for Mike when he was slightly bored. But Mike wasn't used to having a Greek chorus made up of a tiny Asian girl who continually told the entire table, "He's lying, you know. He is such a liar." For once, Mike had no idea how to handle this. True, he was lying, but that wasn't exactly new for Mike. He lied to women all the time, prided himself on it, in fact. The only people he didn't lie to were his raven brothers. Of course, that usually meant they heard details about his conquests they could have done without. But even Jaeger could see having someone call him out every 30 seconds began to wear on Mike. Plus the fact that the crows seemed to believe Ari didn't really help either. Then there was Ty, who decided staring at Janelle was a good idea. Ty was what Jaeger referred to as a watcher. He didn't say much because he spent most of his time watching what everyone else was up to. Normally not a problem, but Janelle came from a place where staring was a very, very bad thing. Ty may have thought he was making his intentions clear by staring at Janelle like a piece of ribeye steak fresh off the grill, but Janelle felt threatened, and she let him know that when she threw one of her chopsticks at him, aiming right for Ty's eye. Any other girl, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but crows were infamous at turning everything around them into a weapon. Thankfully, ravens were infamous at defending themselves from any weapon, so Ty simply caught the chopstick in midair and, to Janelle's eternal annoyance, grinned. All that, though, merely the activities on the main stage. All around them, antics abounded between the ravens and the crows. Jaeger kept waiting for knives to be drawn, or at least to see a few talons, but most of it was merely verbal. Lots of yelling, swearing, threatening, and quite a few slap fights, like he had a house full of 10-year-old first cousins. To be honest, Jaeger loved it. Ravens could be a little stoic at times, stale being the word Ty always used. The crows, however, knew how to have fun even when they were pissed off. Dee Dee was right. They really were a gathering. "You think we should have left them alone?" Niecy peeked out from the covers. "There might be bloodshed." "Nah, Dee Dee's down there." The crow leader kept quiet through the entire dinner, but when they started arguing during dessert in the living room so that she couldn't hear the lines from her favorite movie, Aliens, she'd taken everyone firmly in hand. Jaeger had learned a lot from her in the few days she'd been around. "Okay." Niecy pulled the covers back over her head. Baby? What you doing?" "Nothing." "Come on, Lawrence. What's the problem?" "I can't say it." "Spit it, or I'm bringing Dee Dee in here to ask." The comforter moved just enough so that he could clearly see two beautiful black eyes glare at him. "Well?" he prompted when she continued to stare at him. Sighing, she said softly, "I'm funky." Jaeger frowned. "You mean musically?" "No, you geek," she sighed. "I mean, I haven't bathed in a few days 'cause of the stitches and—" Jaeger was off the bed. "Come on, I'll give you a bath." "No." "Why not?" "I can take care of myself." "You know, Niecy, if this were a permanent situation, I could totally understand the movie of the week theatrics about independence and all, but you'll be back to your usual dangerously quiet self in a couple of days. So why can't you just relax and enjoy a little Jaeger care?" Niecy pulled the covers tighter around her body. No. She could be so stubborn, and over the weirdest crap, too. Turning on his heel, Jaeger walked into the bathroom and ran a bath. He didn't fill the tub all the way up, since he had to make sure her stitches didn't get wet. Once he was satisfied, Jaeger went back to the bedroom and froze. The birds were back. Nisi sat on the bed, the covers still wrapped around her. Nisi? I swear I didn't call them. They just sort of... She looked around the room. Came. Stupidly, Jaeger'd left one of the bedroom windows cracked. Well, he wouldn't be doing that again. Good thing he had central air and heat. Jaeger took a step forward, and an enormous raven moved in front of him. They were protecting her. Nisi, you need to stop being freaked out by me. That's what they're responding to. I'm not freaked. Nisi. Okay, sorry. She thought for a moment. I know. How about you tell me something that will make me feel calmer? Nothing I ever say to you makes you feel calmer. Well, you better think of something. The raven at his feet moved closer, but so did a raven on each side of him. Uh-oh. The thought of life without his eyes ran through his head. Not good. Desperate, he grabbed on the first thing he could think of. One night, me, Ty, and Mike got really drunk and named our cocks. Nisi studied him before asking, Excuse me? We named them. We were really drunk. He saw a smile tug at the corner of her lips. And what exactly did you name them? Well, this was awkward. Mike's was Mr. Love's Pussy. Of course. Ty's was Dangerous Dan. I'm not even going to ask why. And yours? He scratched the back of his head. Remember, we were really drunk. Cough it up, Jaeger. With a shrug. Master and Commander. When the laughing got so bad she started wheezing, the birds flew back out the window they came in. Nisi leaned forward, one arm around her knees, the other held close to her chest, as Jaeger carefully washed her back and argued with Morgan on the phone. Don't yell at me. No, I'm not keeping her awake. No, I'm not getting frisky. And stop calling it that. It's freaking me out. Look, she wanted a bath. I'm being careful of her stitches. How do they look? Jaeger leaned over and studied her back while Nisi stared straight ahead and tried not to think too much about his hands all over her body. The fact that they felt really, really good didn't help. Most of the time she'd been here, Nisi sat around worrying about her wing. She felt certain she'd never fly again. If she couldn't fly, she couldn't remain second in command. She'd end up doing administrative work. The thought terrified her, eating away at her like acid. Foolishly, she'd taken her wings for granted. But for just a few minutes, Jaeger helped wipe her fears away simply by distracting her with those amazing hands of his. They were so big, and she'd seen him do much damage with them. But when he touched her, it wasn't merely gentle. It was more than that. It was reverent, like his hands were worshipping her flesh. Yeah, the stitches look fine. You want me to what? No, forget it. Yeah, the wound looks completely healed, but no. Uh-huh. Good. He released her long enough to turn off his cordless phone, then his hands were right back, stroking her, caring for her. Morgan's coming by tomorrow. I hope that means I can get rid of the sling. Jaeger insisted she keep her arm in the same position it was in when tied against her body. He refused to risk her healing process, even though she felt like there was no hope. The first day there was so much pain and movement around the area where her wing was, but now there was nothing. She knew Morgan might have to take her wing, and the thought sickened her. That's my hope. He poured a palm full of expensive shampoo on her hair, the kind one could only buy at a spa. She normally used stuff from the local pharmacy. 2-for-1 deals were her favorite. She wanted me to take those stitches out myself. I told her no way. Why? You're not Mike, you know. I'd actually care if I left you fucked up. Nisi grinned. That's very sweet, in a Nordic sort of way. She closed her eyes as Jaeger's hands massaged her scalp. Man, what a delicious feeling. Look, I know my limits. I don't do medical stuff. I leave that to the professionals. She wouldn't exactly call Morgan a professional, but as a healer, the woman rocked. Hell, Niecy was still breathing, wasn't she? As it is, he continued, I hate anything medical. He rinsed out her hair and then put more shampoo in. You're a big pussy when you go to the doctor, aren't you? No, I just don't like needles, and no sane person should. What about vaccinations and stuff like that? Yeager shrugged. My doc's an elder. When he knows he has to give me a shot, he calls Mike and Ty. They hold me down. Niecy laughed hysterically as Yeager again rinsed her hair. I can't believe, she spit out, you're admitting this to me. He put his expensive conditioner on her hair and finger-combed it through. Well, that's one way to come. I figure you should know all my major flaws up front. Why? Yeager sat on the floor beside the tub. We gotta leave that in for 3 minutes. And what do you mean, why? I mean, why do I have to know about your flaws? He shook his head. We are not having this conversation now. We'll wait until you're better. Have what conversation? The conversation I was going to have with you last weekend when you came over. After I'd fucked you passive, of course. Oh, of course. Niecy looked up to find Yeager staring at her. What? Do you have any idea how hard it's been to... He shook his head. Forget it. How hard it's been to what? Taking a deep breath. Keeping my hands off you. Oh, but that's not the priority right now. It's not? No, it's not. First we get you better, then I fuck you senseless. Then we'll track down the motherfuckers who did this to you and wipe them from the face of the earth. That's my plan. With that, Yeager got back on his haunches and proceeded to rinse the conditioner out of Niecy's hair. How she kept forgetting this man was a Viking, she'd never know. That's a lovely plan, Yeager, and I'm all for it, to a degree. But the wiping from the face of the earth thing is down to the crows, and we don't need the ravens for that. Not every crow is a raven, but every raven is a crow. Niecy stared at Yeager. What does that mean? It means we're all part of the same, bird family? Exactly. All we're missing are the magpies, the blue jays, and the... He shrugged. Something else. Besides, I really don't know birds. You know, Yeager, you're a unique man. He leaned back. Is this your way of saying I'm weird? No, you're not weird. You're unique. There's a difference. Do you think I'm boring? She snorted. No. Why? 'Cause I'm nice. You ain't that nice. I'm not? Yeager, if you were nice, really nice, I would have scared you off by now. And the whole wiping from the face of the earth thing, really nice people don't say that and mean it. Oh, okay. He stood up and grabbed an enormous towel. You are nice to me, though. I like being nice to you. Yeah. She looked down at her knees. I'm not really used to that. So I noticed. He leaned down and lifted her out of the bath. I'm hoping you get used to it. Once he had her standing, he began drying her off with the towel. It's only... I'm not going to stop being nice to you, Niecy. That's not even an option. She stared at him as he dried her off. She didn't get him, didn't understand him, but she really liked the way he treated her. She thought enjoying it would make her weak. Instead, she felt stronger every day under his care. Yeager finished drying her off and wrapped the towel around her. He kissed her forehead, then her nose. He hadn't kissed her properly since the time after Morgan left. She missed him, more than she'd missed anything before in either of her lives. Can I ask you a question? He asked. Niecy nodded. Sure. I know you don't remember much of what happened that night, the night you were attacked, but... He took a deep breath. I still haven't figured out why your birds brought you here. It would have been quicker to take you to the birdhouse or the elders who lived downtown, but they brought you here. Crap. She'd hoped he wouldn't ask her this question because she wasn't sure she wanted to admit the truth. Then again, Nisi didn't lie. I remember being worried you'd think I stood you up. I guess since you were the last thing I thought about before I passed out. They brought me here. Jaeger leaned down a bit and placed his forehead against Nisi's. I like that answer, Lawrence. Closing her eyes, her cheeks reddening in embarrassment. Figured you would. He slid his hand behind the back of her neck, afraid she'd run. You don't have to be afraid, Nisi. Not of me. I'm not? Not of us, either. The bedroom door slammed open, cutting Nisi's words off. He'd been so absorbed in Nisi, he never heard the arguing right outside his door. Janelle stormed in, Mike right behind her. They shoved each other as they made their way to the bathroom. They really were like annoying siblings. Janelle began. She started it, Mike barked over her. Jaeger calmly pulled the towel tighter around Nisi, making sure she was covered. From there, he calmly walked over to Mike and Janelle. He grabbed Mike by the hair and shoved him into the doorway. Ow! Still gripping Mike's hair with one hand, he picked Janelle up with the other. He dragged them both back to the bedroom door and tossed them out into the hallway. I swear, by all that's holy, if I have to come downstairs tonight, you'll be washing your own blood off the walls come morning. Jaeger slammed the door closed and went back to the bathroom. He scooped Nisi up in his arms and took her to the bed, carefully laying her down. She smiled up at him. What? She shrugged as he pulled the wet towel off her body and tossed it aside. Still laughing at the am I too nice fear you seem to have? Tying her arm back against her body. I don't want anyone upsetting you. You need to relax until you're better. Jaeger worked really hard not to notice her breasts, her nipples hard and begging. I need you to get better, Lawrence. He pulled his MIT sweatshirt over her head. I feel better now, Jaeger. Her hand slid down his chest, but he caught it before it could go any lower. He closed his eyes, the fight for control getting harder and harder every day. Not until Morgan tells me you're okay. But, no. Releasing her hand, Jaeger pulled the comforter up and over Nisi's body. I'm not going to risk hurting you. Yeah, but... No. But Jaeger... No. Jaeger headed toward the bathroom. Where are you going? Cold shower. A very cold shower. Just so we're clear, I'm getting kind of cranky here. Jaeger glanced back at the woman of his dreams, lying in his bed, wearing his clothes, and growled. That makes two of us, baby. Then he closed the door and headed to his very cold and very lonely shower. Chapter 17. Katie flew up higher into the old oak and perched herself on the sturdiest barren branch she could find. She looked again. Yup, wolves. 30 of them by her estimate. She motioned to Raven in the tree beside her, and he dived back to the ground to warn the others. She had no idea why shifters were here, but she bet it wasn't to play Parcheesi. Wilhelm Jaeger was in a bad mood. A really, really bad mood. A bad enough mood to start playing fetch with the innards of a bunch of dogs. To be honest, the Viking in him was really hoping for a good fight. He was ready to start hurting people. He really wished he had a good reason to feel this way, but he didn't. No, the only reason he had an overwhelming urge to shove Malinsky's head in the toilet, or to set fire to Ty's Lamborghini, or to chop up another Raven's Playboy collection, was because he wanted to fuck Nisi Lawrence so bad he couldn't see straight. All day he'd been waiting for Morgan to get her ass to his house so she could tell him Nisi was as good as she was going to get, so that he could have his dirty way with her. But Morgan had to take care of some other business in the city first. That meant all day he'd avoided Nisi. He had to. He was starting not to care about her goddamn sling or her wounded wings or the stitches in her back, which meant he really had to stay away from her. The bottom line was he couldn't promise he'd be gentle with her. In fact, he could actually promise he definitely wouldn't be. Now he had those freak shifters on his property. They didn't even come to him as human, but as wolves. Like that was normal behavior. They'd walked slowly toward his house while it was still light out, ensuring they'd all seen them. They didn't make any sudden moves or do anything that the crows or ravens would consider threatening. Jaeger stayed slightly behind Dee Dee as she moved toward their leader. Many of the crows and ravens were perched in the trees or on the roof of the house, silently watching, and he'd sent Ty and Mike to keep an eye on Nisi. He decided not to tell her, and Dee Dee agreed. No way would she stay out of it if she knew the shifters were here. And with only one arm and her wings still unusable, she'd be more a liability than a help. Dee Dee walked up to a silver and black wolf. She braced her feet apart and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "So, what do you want?" The wolf looked Dee Dee over, and Jaeger wondered what it would take to bash the shit out of him. Could he do it by grabbing this mutt's tail and just going slap-happy? Man, I am in a shitty mood. After a moment's hesitation, the wolf shifted. Right before Jaeger's eyes, a wolf became a man. A big old naked man. Dee Dee, startled, glanced at Jaeger. She was doing her best not to laugh. Apparently being naked wasn't that big a thing for the shifters. Still, it was a little distracting. "I'm Danny Lewis. You met with my father and baby brother a couple of weeks ago." Dee Dee nodded as she tried to avoid staring at the man's package. Not easy. Even Jaeger had to admit, the guy had nothing to be ashamed of. "And you wiped my other brother from the face of the earth." "Cool. Fight." Nisi couldn't believe she was crying, but she was. While watching some business show on CNN, no less. But she hadn't been able to stop crying since she woke up from that dream. The dream where something hacked off both her wings. When younger, Nisi used to have nightmares where all her hair fell out or all her teeth had been broken. Those had been horrible, scary dreams. But this dream? She woke crying and hadn't really been able to stop all day. Thankfully, Jaeger had been avoiding her. Not surprising, since he kept getting up the night before to take cold showers. Because of her stitches, that hadn't been an option for her. So instead she dreamed. At first, they were her typical wet dreams about Jaeger, but then they became darker. Nisi didn't know why the dreams still upset her so. She'd been awake for hours. Why hadn't she recovered yet? But still, she kept crying. She'd hidden herself in Jaeger's den most of the day, using his big desktop with the 3 hard drives and 4 monitors to catch up on email from her students and play computer games. Eventually, she thought she had complete control of herself, so she'd gone into the living room. It was empty, which was good, because a television ad for cars or something showed a bald eagle soaring through the blue sky, and she started crying all over again. Hearing footsteps heading her way, Nisi quickly wiped her eyes and did her best to stifle any more pathetic girl tears, as she liked to call them. The footsteps stopped outside the living room entrance, and she glanced up to see Ty and Mike staring at her from the archway. She forced a smile and quickly went back to the fascinating world of stocks and bonds. She thought the men would leave, but instead, Ty sat on the sofa next to hers, and Mike sat down right by her side. There was a moment of awkward silence. Then Mike said, "So, you're a professor?" Forcing her voice and herself to remain calm, Nisi said, "Yeah, of history." "Cool." "Yeah, right. She really didn't see Mike, I'm a proud liar Malinsky, being that interested in history of any kind. The game we're working on is set in the Middle Ages. Maybe you could take a look at our graphics, make sure the armor and weapons are right. Nisi shrugged, keeping her eyes on the television. Sure. You'd be amazed how crazy some of these geeks get about accuracy, Ty added. Really? Oh yeah, especially with RTS games. RTS? Real-time strategy games. You know, where you create yourself a kingdom, an army, enemies, whatever. You create your entire world. Nisi nodded. That actually sounds kinda cool. It's fun, I guess. I think Jaeger likes those more than we do. I like role-playing, and Mike likes to blow shit up. I'm really good at that. Finally, Nisi smiled. How shocking. So, Mike stretched his arm out over the back of the couch. As a professor, I was wondering... Nisi looked at the arm behind her and back at Mike. Wondering what? Well, say I'm in your class, and I'm bad. He grinned, and Nisi understood immediately why so many females had fallen for this gorgeous blonde butthead. How would you punish me? Laughing, Nisi looked at Ty, who rolled his eyes and turned back to the television. I mean, would you use corporal punishment to keep me in line, oh, Professor Lawrence? Because I've been feeling especially naughty lately. For the first time all day, Nisi completely forgot about her nightmares. Didi opened the envelope one of the wolves dropped at her feet. She pulled out a thick sheaf of papers and pictures. My brother was a lot of things, but he wasn't smart enough to take and successfully use what he had. Then I heard about your second-in-command. That's when I knew something was very wrong. Talked to some other shifter breeds, found out that Waldgrave was active again, and now it seems he has some disciples. Waldgrave? You mean this man? Didi pointed at the picture of the older man with gray and blonde hair. Carl Waldgrave. He's very wealthy, very dangerous. And he likes to hunt, shall we say, difficult game. Oh, that's nice. But what truly pisses me off is that he used my brother to get to you guys. And yet you're just handing him over to us? It was discussed between the packs about doing this ourselves. But we're wolves. We'll just go in and kill them, Lewis smiled, if you could call it that. But the crows and ravens are much more artful about this sort of thing. Is that right? Let's just say you guys really enjoy your job. But if we're wrong, let us know. Lewis's hand reached for the papers he'd given them, but Didi slapped her own hand down over them. We'll take it. Good. Lewis motioned to his wolves with a flick of his head. Slowly they began moving out. And you'll make sure they suffer, right? Didi looked at the man, her brown eyes cold. Nope, no mercy there. Oh yes, they'll suffer. The shifter's grin widened, and Jaeger could see fangs moving out from his gums. Good. He stepped away from the table and followed after his pack. As he moved, he shifted, and by the time he hit the trees, he was wolf again. Then he was gone. Didi pushed the papers to Delia. Find out everything you can on this guy. Got it. With that, Didi grabbed Jaeger's arm and dragged him back into the house. Once in the hallway, she stopped and looked around. Once assured they were alone, Didi leaned in and whispered to Jaeger. You cannot go after Waldgrave yourself. Why not? He'd already begun building his team in his head. He planned to wipe them out that very evening and spend the rest of his time in bed with Nisi if Morgan gave her the go-ahead. Because their deaths don't belong to you. They belong to Nisi. They belong to Nisi. Why? Didi didn't answer, and Jaeger felt cold fear grip him around the throat. He stepped away from her. This is her trial? There wasn't one crow or raven who hadn't had a trial of some sort. The Viking gods loved a good test of spirit and strength, but this one seemed particularly brutal, even for Skuld. "I've got to warn her." "No!" Didi took a firm grip on his arm. "If you tell her, just trust me on this, she has to do this on her own, especially now, especially 'cause he wounded her. But, Jaeger, if you love her, and I know you do, then you'll back off. Don't fuck with Skuld on this." He'd never seen Didi worried about much, if anything, and he'd definitely never seen her pleading before, and that's exactly what he saw in her eyes, even if her words were commands. He had no idea what Skuld had said to Didi, but it was enough to convince her it was safer not telling Nisi the truth. "Okay, I'll keep my mouth shut for now." Didi let out a deep breath. "Thank you. But trust me, Jaeger, I won't let Nis face this completely alone. We just have to play this a little differently." Hearing that, Jaeger eased up a bit. "Okay, good." "Excuse me?" Jaeger and Didi looked up at Connie. "What's up?" "We're ordering pizza for dinner. Does that work for you too?" "Yeah, that's fine," Jaeger said, as Didi nodded her consent. "Great, and I was wondering, since everyone is getting a little antsy, if I could set up my equipment and—" "Connie," Didi warned. "What?" Jaeger asked. "They want to throw a party," Didi explained, "which, if I were you, Jaeger, I'd say no to." "I don't mind." Connie was right. Everyone was getting a little antsy. Actually, they were getting a lot antsy. A little house party might safely blow off some steam. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, sure. My closest neighbors are about 6 miles away, and I've never had a party here." "Yes!" Connie turned and headed back to the kitchen, where the crows and ravens had taken to congregating on a regular basis. Didi followed after her, but not before adding, "I hope you know what you're doing." The one thing he knew about crows: they wouldn't be inviting any rowdy outsiders to his house. Crows only allowed other crows and friends of crows to their parties because they didn't really party unless their wings could come out. Pushing it out of his mind, Jaeger went in search of Nisi. He needed to see her, to know she was okay. He would do as Didi promised and not tell her anything about Skuld's plans for her, but he still needed to see her. Of course, he didn't expect to find her in tears, hysterically laughing with Mike Malinsky draped over her lap, his ass in the air. Thankfully, the little bastard wasn't naked. "All I'm asking for, Professor, is a little demonstration." A grinning Ty was the first to notice Jaeger. Clearing his throat, he reached over and slapped Mike in the head. "What?" He motioned to Jaeger, and Mike's head whipped around. "Oh. Hi, bro." Shaking his head and scowling, Jaeger turned and walked away. Nisi followed Jaeger into his bedroom. "You're being ridiculous." "I'm being ridiculous? You have Michael Malinsky on your lap with his ass in your face, but I'm being ridiculous?" "Don't be mad at him." Jaeger's gray eyes glared at her from across the room. "So now you're protecting him?" "Don't bark at me." "He was just trying to make me feel better." "Feel better about what?" "Forget it." Nisi headed toward the door, but Jaeger was already standing in front of it. He'd even closed it. She didn't hear it close. Christ, how does the man do that? "Feel better about what, Nisi?" "I don't want to have this conversation now. Move." "Talk to me now. Or stand here forever, I don't give a shit. But you're not leaving until you tell me what's up." Letting out a short scream of frustration, Nisi moved away from the door. She eyed the window, and realizing that was no longer an option of escape, turned all her rage and fear on Wilhelm Jaeger. She spun around. "You want to know what's wrong?" He didn't move as she advanced on him. "This." She pointed at her tied-down arm. "This is bullshit." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Everything that meant anything to me is gone, and we both know it." She hated yelling, but she couldn't help herself. She'd lost it, panic turning to full-on rage in a heartbeat. "Nisi, I'm not a warrior. I'm not a crow. I'm a fucking invalid." And the next words were out of her mouth before she could think about stopping them. "Why didn't you just leave me? Why didn't you just... What?" he yelled back. "Let you die?" That's exactly what she was about to stupidly say, and the thought tore through her like a blade. Christ, how pathetic was she, letting something like this make her feel inferior, weak, vulnerable. And that's when she burst into tears. Yet she didn't even have to reach for Jaeger. He was already there, his big arms wrapping around her, holding her close to his warm body. She wrapped her free arm around his waist and held him tight as the tears and fears from the past 5 days flowed out of her in one horrible torrent. He should have seen this coming. Should have known she'd be feeling this way. He sure as hell would have. Sitting himself on the floor, he pulled Nisi onto his lap and let her cry. The physical pain Nisi could always deal with. She was definitely a girl who could take a punch to the face or a knife to the stomach. But for some unknown reason, she felt like the gathering somehow defined her. Somehow made her worthy of everything she had. But all Skuld did was give her a second chance. It was up to Nisi to actually take that chance. She did, too, and made herself into the woman he'd fallen madly in love with. After 10 minutes, the tears turned to sniffles, but it took another 10 for her to finally pull back from him, as he knew she would. Wiping her eyes, she tried to pull out of his lap, but Jaeger wouldn't let her go. "Sorry about that, Jaeger. She shook her head. "I have no excuse for that little display." "Axe in the back can do that to a person?" She chuckled. "Yeah, I guess." Again, she tried to pull out of his lap, and again Jaeger pulled her back, smiling shyly. "You know, you can let me go now, Jaeger." "I don't want to. I like you here on my lap, although all that wiggling is giving me a hard-on." He ran his hand down her cheek. "Who the fuck am I kidding? I've had a hard-on for you for the past 5 days. Using the sleeve of his giant sweatshirt, Nisi wiped the remainder of her tears. "You sweet talker, you. You're lucky I'm able to speak at all. What? You think it's been easy on me? Girls have it easy. You must be high." She held her free hand up. "I'm starting to get carpal tunnel." Jaeger buried his face in her neck. "I so didn't need that visual." "What about me? Every time you went into the shower?" She growled. "Yowza." His arms tightened around her waist. "Don't, Lawrence." "Come on, Jaeger. You're killing me here. Besides, I need comfort. I've been crying." For emphasis, she sniffled. Twice. "Stop it right now, Lawrence. I mean it." He was holding on by a thread. A very thin thread. She rubbed her cheek against the top of his head. "Jaeger," she whispered softly. "Will." Tricky little brat. She knew that would get him, and she was right. "Fuck me, Will. Now." Christ, how was he supposed to fight that? So he didn't. Instead, he gripped the back of her neck and kissed her. Deep, long, and hard, like he'd been wanting to for days. She relaxed into him, showing no resistance whatsoever. He could do this. He would do this. And he'd be careful and gentle and... "Open the door, Will," Morgan ordered from the other side, completely uncaring as to what she may be interrupting. Groaning, the pair separated. No, this isn't happening," he practically whined. He looked at Nisi's face and saw exactly what he was feeling. "Wilhelm Jaeger IV, you open this door right now." Nisi grinned. "The fourth?" "Quiet." He stood, Nisi still in his arms. Gently he placed her back on her feet. He kissed her forehead, turned and snatched the door open with one angry move. "Don't look at me like that." Morgan walked into the room as Nisi finger-combed her hair off her face. Shaking her head, "I swear, you two." Morgan motioned toward Nisi as she moved to the bathroom. "Come on, you. Let's see if we can get that sling off you." Nisi locked eyes with Jaeger, and he knew she felt it too. That heat of longing building up around them. Much more of this, and they'd start killing people. "Let's go, Crow." And it looked like Nisi may start with Morgan. Mike stared at his friend, staring at his computer screen. Jaeger wasn't typing or anything, just staring. Connie, or as he liked to call her, the lesbian, because that was definitely one of his favorite words, walked by again with more equipment in her hand. For the last 20 minutes, he'd watched her bring in all her DJ equipment. He could have helped her unload her stuff, but then he wouldn't have been able to watch her tight ass walk back and forth. He really liked lesbians. More crows walked into the room to grab beer out of the fridge and chips out of the pantry. They all wore their white tank tops and jeans, except Dee Dee, who wore black. He'd never seen so many wings in one place. He loved it. Mike had to admit he was really enjoying himself. The crows were different, but fun. They weren't uptight, and they didn't seem to have much of an ulterior motive. They all loved to laugh and were pretty brazen in their fight or fight response. There never seemed to be any kind of flight with them, unless they were actually flying. The only one he didn't get was the little Asian one. Annie, Ashley, whatever her name was. She glared at him like he'd fucked her mother. Little rich Long Island bitch. Probably thought she was better than him. That's why he liked Nisi and even hard-ass Janelle. Fellow hood rats, they understood him. The princess, as he now called her annoying ass, would never understand him. She'd never deign to involve herself with someone like him. And knowing that made him want to fuck her so bad his teeth ached. Christ, what was wrong with him? Why did he insist on going after the mean ones? Even Nisi was only occasionally mean. Other times he'd discovered she was a very cool woman with a will of iron. He admired that. And, to his surprise, Nisi knew how to enjoy herself. That little one wouldn't know how to enjoy herself if she were dressed in a clown suit. "Are you just going to sit there feeling sorry for yourself?" he finally asked his mentor. Not even looking up from his laptop, Jaeger snapped. "Mike, I haven't gotten laid in 9 days. Do you really want to fuck with me right now?" Hell, Jaeger had gone for longer periods without sex. Really, the sentence should be, "I haven't fucked Nisi Lawrence in 9 days. That would be much more accurate. Not trying to get you all pissed or anything. Just trying to get you to relax. The place is crawling with women. You should partake. You should shut up." The kitchen door swung open, and Nisi walked into the room. She barely glanced at Mike, instead walking over to where Jaeger sat and leaned against the table. "See anything different?" Jaeger glanced up at her, then went back to his computer. "No." Sighing, she held up both her hands and waved them around. "See anything different now?" Jaeger stared at her for a moment, raised his hands, and did the same goofy move back to her. "No, I don't see anything different." Muttering words she really should be sent to confession for, Nisi walked to the fridge and took out a beer. She leaned against the counter next to Mike. "You see something different, don't you?" "Yeah, but what did you expect from him? The man forgets to comb his own hair." Chuckling. "Good point." "Hello," Jaeger growled from the table. "I'm right here." Morgan leaned into the kitchen. "Okay, I'm out of here." She looked at Nisi. "You call me if you have any problems." "I will." "Good." She turned her light blue eyes to Jaeger. "Walk with me." Rolling his eyes, he slammed his laptop down on the kitchen table. "Anyone have any more orders for me?" Then he followed Morgan out of the kitchen. "See what you do to the man?" She had it down, he'd give her that. Nisi had that leader move, the one where they didn't waste time looking surprised by something he said. Instead, Nisi slowly turned to look at him and said, "I'm sorry, what was that?" Mike may be reckless, but he wasn't stupid. He knew enough hood rat girls to know when they were setting him up for a beatdown. "I'm sorry, what was that?" was just another way of saying, "Exactly how many ways do you want me to kick your ass?" Grinning, Mike shook his head. "Nothing." "Oh, that's what she was talking about." Morgan shook her head. Like all ravens, Will was brilliant, but he could still be a major bonehead at times. "Yeah, I took the bandages off. Everything looks fine, but until she unfurls her wings, I'll never know for sure." "Why can't she?" "I don't know, really. Could be she's simply scared." Actually, Morgan knew the girl was afraid she'd never be able to fly again, that she was vulnerable, and that was a woman who didn't like being vulnerable. Holding up her big coat so she could put it on, Will asked, "What should I do? Wait it out, or—" She stopped as Will helped her on with her coat. "Or?" She grinned. "Get her all worked up?" Frowning. "Get her all—" Yeager blinked. "Oh." He shook his head and gently shoved her toward the door. "You need to leave now." "Get her all worked up, and maybe her wings will unfurl." "Stop it." "Oh, come on. We've known each other long enough to—" "We'll never know each other long enough for this conversation, Morgan, and we both know it." She laughed as Will pushed her out the door and closed it behind her. Yeager cut through his living room. Nisi was right. The crows had taken over his house, but that's what crows did. They made themselves at home and expected a body to deal with it. The fact that it bothered Nisi warmed his heart. Without even realizing it, she was getting protective of him. He passed Connie and saw that she'd set up her equipment. He felt kind of honored. Connie was an extremely well-known DJ. She worked at some of the hottest clubs in the city when she wasn't out killing someone stupid. The fact that she was gearing up to do what she did best in his house was kind of cool. Walking through the kitchen door, Yeager froze on the threshold. Why the hell was Nisi surrounded by 6 ravens? He didn't like it. He didn't like it one goddamn bit. Moving slowly, he walked over to them as they leaned against the island in the middle of his kitchen. Nisi glanced at him and frowned. Well, what the hell did that mean? "Yeager, are you sure about this?" "About what?" "About Connie breaking out the music. I mean, she starts playing and there will be a party here, whether you want one or not." Ty smiled. "You crows do love a good party, don't ya?" Mike stretched and ran his hands through his hair. "I've gone to a few raves Connie DJ'd at. She's not bad." "Wow, Mike, is that like a compliment?" Mike smiled as he bumped Nisi with his hip. "I have my moments, you know." "Yeah, sure you do." Nisi took a sip of her beer as Ty passed her a bowl of pretzels. The first beats of the music started, and Yeager heard all the crows in the living room give a cheer. Nisi shook her head. "My girls." "How long has she been DJing?" Mike asked, as he grabbed another beer from the fridge. "Since she was 17, I think." "Was it tough for her to get in?" "Surprisingly, no. What's really funny is that she really didn't give a shit. She only did it because she loves to watch her girlfriend dance." All the ravens froze, beers halfway to their lips, pretzels clenched in big fists and hovering near open mouths. Mike cleared his throat. "That's Fran, right? With the long legs?" "Yeah, they've been together since they were 15 or 16. They're the sweetest couple." Ty glanced at Nisi from the corner of his eye. "Does she still dance when Connie DJs?" Oh yeah, if Connie's DJing, Fran's dancing. Jaeger reached over and yanked Nisi out of the way as the 6 men dived over the island and slammed out of the room, heading for the living room and the party. Nisi laughed as she held onto Jaeger's arm. What the fuck was that? You tell 6 horny guys there are hot lesbians dancing in my living room? What did you expect? God, you guys are pathetic. Your point being... Nisi shook her head as she stepped away, but Jaeger grabbed her around the waist and pulled her into his body. Where are you going? Instead of pulling away as she usually did, she wrapped her arms around his hips, slipping her hands under the waistband of his loose-fitting jeans. Got something in mind, Jaeger? She asked, as she grabbed his ass and squeezed. Maybe the question is, what do you have in mind? You, me, your bedroom, and a locked freaking door. Smiling as he pulled her closer. I like that idea, Lawrence. She tilted her face up, wanting him to kiss her. And now that Morgan had given her a clean bill of health, Nisi and her amazing body were all his. Jaeger leaned down, his eyes locked on her lips, when she suddenly jerked up. Uh-oh. Oh, what? Shit. We gotta get out of here. He didn't need to hear that twice, but for once he was too slow. He just grabbed her hand to drag her out of the house and fly her up to his window if necessary when the kitchen door banged open. Come On and Ride It, one of his favorite party songs from the 90s, blasted in from the other room, accompanied by a line of dancing and singing crows. Apparently they wanted everyone to ride that goddamn train, so they grabbed Nisi and yanked her away from him. They were so happy to see Nisi healthy, they were completely unaware of what they just interrupted. Or they could care less. With the crows, you just never know. Nisi tried to pull away from Patty, one of the younger crows, but the girl had a grip on her like a rodeo rider on a steer. They danced through the house until they got back to the living room. By then, Connie changed out the music to some much harder tech, which meant Fran and Janelle would take over the dance floor. Again, Nisi tried to sneak away, but several older crows she hadn't seen in some time grabbed her. They hugged her and told her how happy they were to see her doing well. That's when Nisi realized this party wasn't just to blow off some steam. It was for her. To celebrate her being well. As much as she wanted to, she couldn't walk away from the party just yet. With a small sigh of resignation, Nisi took the beer Ari handed her and counted the minutes until she could get away and back to Jaeger. Chapter 18. That was exactly the 5th time they'd done it. Every time Jaeger tried to make his way over to Nisi, one or more of the goddamn crows jumped in front of him to chat. In the last 2 hours, he'd discussed the world economy, the future of rainforests, whether natural gas was truly necessary to the nation's survival, and the differences between narcissists and sociopaths. A conversation he just found disturbing. Now little Ari stood in front of him, an uncharacteristically sunny grin on her pretty face. I was wondering, Jaeger, what's your opinion on the national debt and its impact on the United States' dominance among the other world powers? Jaeger glared down at her. At 2, Ari? Her impossible grin grew impossibly wider. I don't know what you mean. Ty watched Janelle's ass move on the makeshift dance floor. It wasn't a small ass, and he liked that. A lot. Add in that the girl could dance that ass off, and Ty was feeling pretty good about things. He'd stopped watching the dancing lesbian as soon as Janelle stomped past him. She wasn't angry, it just seemed like she stomped everywhere. She was not exactly light of foot. Still, seeing her dance couldn't quite beat seeing that gorgeous ass naked. True, he'd literally kicked the hell out of Mike to remind him that crows were not his little sisters to torment. Yet as much as he hated admitting it, he loved the man for giving him a good look at Janelle. A really, really good look. Connie put on an old 60s song. He loved when she played the weirder, eclectic stuff. Inevitably, Janelle and Nisi did some hilarious dance move, like when they got everyone to do the bump. Now they were all singing to Rockin' Robin. He could see where this was going. The song mentioned crows and ravens. There'd be much yelling at key points, but Ty loved it. He hated how they got here, Nisi getting hurt, but he loved where they ended up. The crows and ravens working together as one team, one family of annoying siblings. Loud, competitive, demanding Vikings, always looking for a good fight or a good fuck. And right there, right in front of him, Janelle McKenna, daughter of a former Westie who left the life and ended up getting gunned down for it. It no longer mattered, though, because she'd become one of the Skuld daughters, and next to Nisi, one of the goddess's best warriors. Funny, he often forgot Janelle was his age. She looked more like a girl in her 20s. But she knew the words to every Depeche Mode and Adam and the Ants song Connie played. And the sexy Latin lesbian played a lot of those. Janelle and Nisi were now back to back, singing, or more like screaming, the words to Rockin' Robin. That's what the crows seemed to do a lot of. Laugh. They found more reasons to explode into peals of laughter, and Ty, with his big science brain, couldn't help but find them all fascinating. They didn't seem to need much to amuse them. Anything was fair game. Jaeger moved out of the crowd and walked over to Ty. He thought he came over to talk, but then he realized he was in front of the liquor cabinet and Jaeger wanted in. He pushed Ty out of the way, grabbed a 40-year-old bottle of scotch, poured himself some in a glass, and shot it back like he was at a drinking contest in Mexico.
"Everything okay, bro?"
Jaeger winced as the scotch went down his throat and shook his head.
"Not really. Just trying to stay in some control here."
He poured himself a little more and put the scotch back in the cabinet.
"Just make sure none of the guys do anything stupid."
"Ah, Jaeger, speak for. Keep Mike the fuck away from me."
"The mood I'm in," Jaeger continued, "I will make them cry."
"Don't worry. I'll keep my eye on him." When Janelle wasn't in his line of sight, of course. Although he seems much more interested in getting laid tonight. Jaeger shook his head, finally forced a smile.
"He might as well forget it. Every crow seems to have his number. They're all calling him Liar Mike, like it's his name."
Ty laughed.
"Good. About time the little fucker learned he can't get over on everything with a pussy."
Ty watched as Jaeger studied Nisi. She'd grabbed hold of little Ari and pulled her onto the dance floor as the music shifted to some old disco hit. His gaze was so heated, Ty was shocked Nisi hadn't burst into flame.
"You know, Jaeger, if you want to get away for a bit, I can watch things here. Just take her upstairs."
"Forget it." He took another drink of the scotch.
"They won't let me."
"Who won't let you?"
"The crows. They're keeping us apart." "What?"
Ty glanced around the room.
"You're kidding, right?"
"Nope. Every time I try and get near her, they find a way to get between us. It's been going on for 2 hours, and I'm starting to get goddamn desperate. At some point, I'm going to start doing that thing again. You know, when I get frustrated."
"You mean when you start speaking in 2-word sentences, mostly curses?"
"Yeah, that."
"Why would they get between you two?"
The crows loved Jaeger. They especially loved him for Nisi. Jaeger gave a short, painful laugh. "I think they think it's funny." He was probably right. The crows loved torturing each other and anyone else they considered family. Apparently, that included Jaeger. Unfortunately, Jaeger was too horny to realize the implication.
"You need a distraction."
"Like what?" Ty put one hand on Jaeger's shoulder while using the other to dig his cell phone out of his jeans.
"Trust me, bro. I've got it covered."
Nisi didn't even know the Valkyries had shown up until Cassie pushed her from behind. "Oh, sorry, Lawrence. I didn't see you there." Cranky, horny, a little tipsy, and still wingless, Niecy was the last person Casey, my knees have permanent rugburn Bennett should be fucking with. What the hell are you doing here? I heard there was a party, and I do love a party. Janelle stepped up beside Niecy. Yeah, but we don't have the pole yet. How will you entertain without it? Cassie's eyes narrowed. Oh, look, girls, the mountain speaks. Niecy felt Janelle tense and knew she'd been hurt. No one hurt her, girls. No one. Niecy slammed both her hands, palms flat, against Cassie's upper chest. The bitch went flying into the group of Valkyries she'd brought with her. They righted her quickly, and Cassie immediately got in Niecy's face. Come on, bitch. You want to fight me? Niecy would say this much about Cassie Blue. For a girly girl, she didn't back down from a fight, although she really should when it came to the crows. Immediately, Niecy stepped up to Cassie, her girls behind her. Wait! Jaeger stepped between them. She rolled her eyes. He had to know better than to get between her and her prey, especially a Valkyrie prey. He grabbed Niecy's upper arm. I'm really sorry to interrupt, but we've got to fuck, so I'm taking her. Fight somebody else. With that, he started to walk away, dragging Niecy behind him. Cassie stared after them, astonishment and jealousy written all over her pretty face. Okay, even Niecy had to admit that was too cool. But still, middle of a crow-Valkyrie brawl, Jaeger should not be interrupting. Have you lost your mind? Horny, must fuck, now. Jaeger turned and wrapped his big hands around her waist. Next thing she knew, she was staring at his ass as she hung over his shoulder. He has got to be kidding. Wilhelm Jaeger, you put me down! He stopped. Fuck here? What? No! Of course not! He started walking again, heading toward the stairs. Then shut up. Niecy forced her head up, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, expecting to see everyone staring at her. And they probably would have been if Janelle hadn't sucker-punched Cassie, dropping the girl like yesterday's garbage. And so the mountain speaks. Janelle sneered seconds before another Valkyrie leaped at her. Niecy knew she would be missing the fight of the century. The ravens standing around, not helping, but clearly praying someone would start ripping off clothes. Yet she already felt her body responding to Jaeger's lust. Her nipples so hard they hurt, her clit twitching, demanding the attention of his tongue or finger. He didn't speak as he carried her upstairs into his bedroom. He kicked the door open and stepped inside, slamming and locking the door behind them. Jaeger put her down, but he didn't look at her once she had her feet firmly planted on his thick bedroom carpet. How's your back, baby? He gritted out as he picked up a straight-back chair. Fine. Does it hurt? Are you in any pain? He fit the chair against the doorknob, ensuring only a serious kick would open it. Still cranky, horny, a little tipsy, and now frustrated she hadn't gotten to kick a stripper's ass, Niecy sighed in annoyance. No, Jaeger, I'm not in any pain. At all. Okay? Perfect. 1 second she was standing in the middle of the man's bedroom, hands on her hips, irritated beyond all hell. The next he'd shoved her up against the wall beside the bedroom door. His mouth slamming down on hers as his hands gripped her tits and squeezed hard, his fingertips twisting her nipples through Jaeger's tank top that she wore. She groaned into his mouth, completely forgetting anything and everything that might be going on outside this room at this moment. Finally, Jaeger pulled back, but only to drop to his knees in front of her, yanking at her sweatpants. Tell me you're already wet for me, baby. Tell me I don't have to wait. Not a goddamn second, Jaeger. She waited until he'd finished pulling off her sweatpants. Then she reached down and tugged at his t-shirt, ripping it up over his head. Condom? She asked. Back pocket. He stood and she reached around him to dig into his jeans. Big, gentle hands caressed her face as she found and removed the foil packet. Jeans off. By the time she tore open the foil and had the condom in her hand, Jaeger stood beautifully naked before her, his cock hard and desperate, pointing to the ceiling. Nisi rolled the condom on Jaeger's cock, her mouth watering at the thought of licking the long, hard shaft. But that would have to wait. She wanted him inside her pussy too much. Stepping back, Nisi pulled off Jaeger's MIT tank top, throwing it over his shoulders so that it landed on the bed. Jaeger's hands slid under her arms, lifting her off the floor effortlessly while she wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. He pushed her back into the wall with his body, the head of his cock teasing her clit. "Don't even think about making me wait, motherfucker." Jaeger groaned at her rough order, slamming his cock into her so hard, if he hadn't been holding on to her, he might have shoved her head into the ceiling 10 feet above them. Growling, Jaeger pressed his hips into her, his cock forcing its way inside her again and again. And the entire time, they never looked away from each other. They never stopped staring into each other's eyes, even as Nisi felt that orgasm ripping up her spine, tearing through her limbs. He wouldn't release her. He wouldn't let her go. She came, hard, brutally, gasping and moaning, still staring into his beautiful eyes, needing to see him go over, needing to feel his body come apart in her arms. He did, his smooth pumping turning jerky, harsher. His entire body shaking as he came and came, his cock twitching inside her. Jaeger released a shaky breath, leaning forward to rest his forehead against hers. "Holy shit." "Yeah," she smiled, even as she gasped for air. "My thinking exactly." Chapter 19. Nisi woke up and found herself sprawled over Jaeger like a well-fed puma. The man had an enormous bed, and yet she couldn't seem to stay on one side of it. What was wrong with her? Who was she kidding? She knew what was wrong. She was comfortable. Way too comfortable. She'd only been in his home a few days, but Jaeger treated her like she belonged here. She stared at his sleeping face, his arm tight around her. At some point, she'd put his tank top back on. He told her he liked seeing her wearing his clothes, and she liked smelling him on her. She liked it a lot. Somehow, sensing her rapt attention, Jaeger's eyes snapped open, and he stared into her face. "What is it?" It was only 4 a.m, but she figured she might as well get the difficult part over with before he confronted her over breakfast and in front of a roomful of hungover crows and ravens. "Now that I'm better, I should leave." "Yeah, back to work, huh?" Well, he took that better than she thought he would. Yup, no rest for the followers of gods. He stretched, and his warm body felt so amazing rubbing against hers. "After everybody wakes up tomorrow, we'll head back into the city." Good. Wow, that was really easy, which she had to admit kind of hurt her feelings. Could he really let her go that easy? After they'd peeled themselves away from the wall, they'd started up again moments later on his bed. This time slower, but still an amazing fuck. She saw it on his face, the way he looked at her when he was inside of her, the way he choked out her name when he came. He did care about her. She knew he did. No, she was thinking about this the wrong way. He would let her go easy and that was good. That was what she wanted. "We can move your stuff into my apartment right away." Damn it, she should have known better. "Jaeger, I can't move in with you." His expression didn't change. "Why?" "'Cause we just can't." He stared at her, and she waited for some explosion of anger, some kind of argument. Instead, his hands began caressing her body. She frowned in confusion as he gently rolled her onto her back.
His hands kept moving across her flesh, making it tingle and demand satisfaction. He kissed her neck, her chin, her cheek, but it wasn't until he kissed her mouth, long, slow, and deep, that she knew what he was up to. She tried to say no, tried to push him off, but she was weak, and he felt so good. But this was wrong. They shouldn't be doing this. They should never be doing this. She let him continue, though, let him kiss her and touch her. At some point, and without her even realizing he'd done it, he slipped on a condom. Then he was inside her, and she almost cried. Cried from relief because her body ached to have him inside her all the time now, and cried from anger at herself for letting this go on. Nisi pulled away from his kiss, even as her body thrilled to the slow, steady pace of his thrusts. "Jaeger, you know how I feel about you, Nisi," he cut her off, panting hard. "No, don't." She wanted to beg him to stop. She wanted to demand he keep going. "You mean everything to me." "No." "I love you, Nisi. I'll always love you." "No." Now she was crying as she wrapped her arms around him. "God, Jaeger, please just..." "If you tell me you don't love me, I'll stop. I'll stop making love to you and fuck you 20 ways to Sunday. But you gotta tell me you don't love me." But she couldn't. Nisi didn't lie. She may bullshit and fool around, but she didn't lie. It was definite now, the not lying thing, by far her most annoying trait. If she were a good liar, she could get laid and then head home tomorrow and spend the rest of her life suffering for something she'd paid for 20 years ago. But she wasn't a liar. She never had been. She'd paid for her past. Yeah, she was a drug dealer once, a good one, but she'd paid for all that as soon as her boyfriend pulled the trigger. Now? Now she deserved to be happy, or to at least try. "I can't," she sobbed into his neck. "I can't tell you that." Jaeger's arms tightened around her body as he continued to slowly thrust into her. He turned his head, forcing her to look at him. He smiled into her tear-soaked face and kissed her eyes, her nose, her mouth. "I love you, Nisi. You might as well get used to it, 'cause I'm not going anywhere, baby. Not without you right by my side." Nisi thought a fresh wave of tears might suddenly explode out of her, but the orgasm got to her first. She gripped Jaeger tight and let him take her exactly where he wanted her to go. Jaeger held her so tight he was afraid he'd break her, especially when he came and he temporarily lost the ability to speak or think straight. He knew he might scare her off, but it was a risk he was willing to take. He had to do something. The look in those eyes said it all. Come morning, she would leave him, again. He couldn't face that. He couldn't face waking up another morning without Nisi next to him, not when he'd had her right by his side for days. And telling her just wasn't enough for Nisi. He had to show her. To be honest, though, he never thought she'd let him. He was terrified she'd pull away or tell him to stop. If she'd told him to stop, he would have, even though it probably would have killed him. He kissed away her tears as he gently pulled out of her. He tossed the condom in the trash can by the bed and turned back to her, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her into his chest. Her warm breath tickled the skin of his neck as he used his hands to soothe her shaking. "I'm never letting you go, Nisi Lawrence, no matter what. Understand?" She nodded her head, but didn't speak. "As long as we're clear, baby." When he was sure, she finally slept. He closed his eyes and joined her. Nisi frowned at the sound of birds, not her crows. These were birds that didn't actually sound frightening. Jaeger was behind her, spooning her, his big arms wrapped around her waist like he was afraid she'd fly away. Her naked skin itched, and she realized it was because of the grass. Nisi's eyes snapped open. Grass? She gave herself a moment to focus and quickly realized they were under an enormous tree. Its limbs twisted and turned, leading up toward the stars, while its roots led to the bowels of the earth. It took her a good 30 seconds to figure out exactly where she was, beneath the sheltering leaves of Yggdrasil, or the World Tree, the way station between the different worlds of the Norse gods, including Asgard, Helheim, Osiris, as well as a few other worlds Nisi couldn't remember the names of. In the halls of Asgard, Nisi would find Valhalla. Being that close to her final resting place until Ragnarok came gave her little comfort. "Would you like some grapes?" Nisi glanced up at the woman standing over her, wearing a Boston Red Sox baseball cap, black overalls, and a plain white t-shirt. "What is it with you and fruit?" Skuld smiled as she sat under the tree. "I find it a wonderful icebreaker." She popped several grapes in her mouth. "Do you know why you're here, Denise?" she demanded while chewing. Christ, it was like dealing with a nun. They were the only ones who called her Denise. "No, and I definitely don't know why he's here." She motioned to the still sleeping Jaeger, who even in sleep gripped her like his life depended on it. "Well, let's start with him, 'cause he's easy. He refused to let you go." "What?" "I tried to pull you away from him to bring you here, and the man would not release you, so I had to bring you both. As a leader of the Ravens, I wasn't too concerned about having him here. But talk about some strength. No wonder he's Odin's favorite. I just thought that was because he was the one who actually had the balls to take the big idiot to a strip joint." Nisi remembered what he told her last night. "I'm never letting you go, Nisi Lawrence, no matter what." Apparently, he wasn't kidding. "So, this is the deal. Dee Dee wants to retire." Throwing Jaeger's arm off, Nisi sat up abruptly. "What? Well, you can't let her." "I have very little choice." "Since when?" "Since I've kept the crows mortal. At some point, if you survive, all of you will need to retire." Nisi's eyes narrowed. "So what does that have to do with me?" "I do love the sound of trepidation in your voice, and you know exactly what this means." "You want me to lead the Jersey gathering? Why do you sound so surprised?" "I don't know. I guess I never really thought about it." "Well, no one could ever accuse you of being power-hungry." "Power-hungry? I've got too much shit to do." Skuld laughed, and it was a surprisingly soothing sound. "I see why Dee Dee likes you. You're strange." "I'll try and take that as a compliment." Nisi glanced over her shoulder as Jaeger sat up, his mouth open in a wide yawn. He nodded his head at the goddess. "Skuld. Wilhelm. Why are we here exactly?" "It's time." Jaeger brushed his hand over Nisi's bare arm, a calming move that worked extremely well. "Time for what?" "For Denise to prove her worth to me." "I haven't already?" "As a soldier, you're exemplary, but I need a wartime leader." "Wartime?" "This assault from the hunters, Denise, is just the beginning. They want you gone for the same reason I want you to lead." Skuld ate a few more grapes, turned her head to the right, and yelled, "I told you to, I'm in a meeting, so one of you bitches get out here and water this goddamn tree." One of the Fates and Skuld's sister, Erd maybe, Nisi didn't know and she wasn't about to ask, stepped out from behind the enormous world tree and tossed a watering can at her sister. "Water it your damn self!" Skuld's barely concealed face turned frightening. No wonder many considered her a less than approachable god. "Bitches!" Skuld stood up. She was tall, much taller than Nisi. Nisi pushed herself to her feet as Skuld turned her back. Jaeger now stood behind her, naked as the day he was born. unlike Nisi, who thankfully had on his MIT tank top that reached mid-thigh. When Skuld turned back to face them, she held an axe. Great, more axes. Nisi had never been a big axe fan when it came to her weapons, and now that she'd actually had one in her back, she'd like to avoid them. Unfortunately, that didn't seem possible at the moment. She knew Skuld would only give it to her because she'd need it. This is a powerful weapon, one of the most powerful you'll find. Skuld ran her thumb along the edge. You'll need it for your trial. She may not be an axe fan, but any weapon was better than no weapon, so when Skuld handed it to her, she took it gratefully. Any specific directions go along with this? Now, where would the fun be in that? Nisi sighed. Of course. But if you succeed at this trial, you'll become leader of the Jersey Gathering. Holding the weapon in her hand, Nisi felt the weight. It was heavy, but filled with powerful magic. She felt it running through her fingers. And if I fail? We'll make sure to have a lovely funeral for you, with roses. I heard they were your favorite. Jaeger barely bit back his growl. That's not funny. Skuld chuckled. Actually, it kind of is. Nisi took a few practice swings with her new axe. It was like she was born with it in her hand. So, what's my trial? Destroy the hunters, especially their leader, Waldegrave. But I want them all, Denise. I want them weeping to Hela come dawn. Jaeger had no idea how he ended up here with Nisi, but he would be eternally grateful he did. He wouldn't let her face this on her own. 1 or 2 hunters, maybe, but all of them? With no wings and having just recovered from her last fight, no way would his woman be facing this alone. Battle plans already filled his head, ways of attack. Who should be on the team from both the Ravens and the Crows? Together, they'd make sure she passed this trial. Nisi swung the axe again, her muscles rippling under his tank top. Powerful runes covered the axe blade and its black handle. No Valhalla for them? She asked. Sneaky bastards preying on my warriors? No, there'll be no Valhalla for them, no Valkyries to lead them home. Nisi nodded as her index finger slid across the runes on the axe. Can I ask you a question? You can ask me anything, as long as it's not about your death, which may very well be today, Skuld said with a huge grin. Man, give him Odin any day. This goddess was a bitch. Nisi, however, seemed unimpressed and continued on. What exactly was Didi's trial? Shrugging, Skuld picked up her water can and doused the roots of the world tree. She was to get a feather from one of Odin's ravens, his actual birds Huggin and Munnin, but I wasn't very specific, so she drove over to Mountain Creek, met with one of the elders, and politely asked him for one of his feathers. Considering he couldn't see past the woman's breasts, he gave it over happily and got a date out of the bargain. Skuld smiled. Tricky little wench. Yeah, that sounded like Didi. You're running out of time, Denise. Do you accept this challenge? Nisi shrugged as Jaeger wrapped his arm around her waist. Yeah, sure. Why not? Skuld no longer looked at them as she diligently watered the tree. I need a direct and clear yes on this, Denise. Just like when you took my hand the first time. Okay, yes, I accept. Didi picked up her white knight and was about to move it, and demolish Ty in the process, when she glanced up to find a naked Jaeger standing in the middle of the living room. Yo, Jaeger, man, Mike stated from the couch. Put on some clothes. Jaeger ignored him as he spun in circles. Didi didn't know Jaeger as well as Nisi now did, but she could sense the panic coming off the man. Where is she? Dee stood up as the other crows and ravens came into the living room. They'd been dressed and ready for battle for hours. She got the feeling Jaeger didn't realize he and Nisi had been gone since the day before. That's how Dee knew they'd gone to Asgard to prepare for Nisi's trial. Suddenly serious, Mike pushed off the couch. "Where's who?" Cold rage spread across Jaeger's face, and he spit out through gritted teeth. "Nisi! Where the fuck is Nisi?" Nisi landed hard in a crouching position, one knee slamming down first, one palm flat against cold stone, the other still gripping the weapon Skuld gave her. She looked like a runner at the starting line. She gave herself a moment to breathe, and then she looked up. The hunters all surrounded a blood-covered altar. An altar she was on. Ah, shit. Chapter 20. Waldegrave stared at the woman he thought long dead. Dressed only in an enormous tank top, she looked as stunned as him about her sudden appearance during their religious rites of power. They'd been invoking the goddess in preparation of their final hunt of the crows. They hadn't even gotten to the final sacrifice yet. He found the crows surprisingly attractive for such a butch female. He preferred his women pliable and fearful. This woman looked like she feared nothing, and that's how she looked when he scouted her out in that store. He wanted to see the woman his goddess wanted dead so badly, and one look at that cold face and powerful body, and he knew she had to go. She'd do anything to protect her fellow warriors, anything to keep his goddess from getting what she wanted. And now he knew he'd been right about her. This would be no easy kill. He knew it as soon as she jumped to her big feet on the altar and took up a classic battle-ready pose. The enormous but plain axe she held firmly in both hands appeared unused. No nicks or marks marred its surface. Waldegrave would bet money she'd never fought with it before. Smiling, he hefted his own axe, an axe awarded to him by his goddess. With a powerful move of his arms, he swung the axe over his head and brought it down on the solid stone altar. An explosion of sound filled the room as half the altar crumbled in his axe's wake. "Fuck!" she snapped, as the bit of altar she stood on fell away at her feet. She hit the ground in a cloud of dust. Not willing to give her time to recover, Waldegrave swung his axe again, aiming for where he'd guessed the female's head would be. It came down in a perfect arc, and already he felt her defeat in his heart. But the clang of metal and an agonizing pain tearing up his arms showed him she still had no intention of being an easy kill. The dust from the altar cleared, and he saw the female had put up her own axe, blocking his. It should have crumbled like the altar, but now that she'd used it, he could see the glowing runes along both sides of the blade and on the black handle. The bitch's protector goddess had given her a weapon of great power, which annoyed him. This insignificant female was not his prize. She was simply in the way of his prize. He needed her gone so that the full-on assault on the rest of those women could begin. Without her, they would be lost. Without her, they'd never be able to protect the one he wanted. With a vicious snarl, she pushed forward, throwing Waldegrave away from her. She sprang to her feet and swung her axe once, twice. One acolyte lost his head, the second she split from one hip to the other. The other hunters backed away from her, circling her and Waldegrave. Her eyes strayed to the big-picture windows of the ballroom, then to the doors. "Going to run, little girl?" She acted like she didn't hear him, her body turning away from him to see all the exits. Then he heard her muttered reply, "Crows don't run." He barely brought his axe up in time as the crazy bitch spun and swung her weapon, aiming for his head. Bobby Anders hefted his M16 in his arms and sighed. God damn it, he was cold. Exactly how long was he supposed to stand here anyway? Ever since his fellow brothers took out that one crow, Waldegrave made sure to have sentries on duty at all times. At first, Bobby was all for it. It made complete sense. But a week later, and nothing. Nothing but nearly frostbitten fingers and toes, and a good old-fashioned cold. Yet something was going on. A battle cry from within the house caused half of the sentries to charge back inside. Bobby wouldn't leave his post, though. He was there to ensure no one attacked from the outside, and that's exactly what he would do. But he realized no matter how ready he thought he was, or how fast with his weapon he might be, he would have never seen this one coming. Enormous didn't really do the man justice, and for someone his size, especially with those wings stretching big, black, and ominous from his back, he shouldn't be able to move so fast. But the man moved like lightning. 1 second Bobby stood all alone, and the next the big man easily snatched the weapon from his grip. Still, the hands attached to the chain wrapping around his neck. Those were female. So was the voice in his ear. "Say goodnight, sunshine." Ty grinned as Janelle released the chain and allowed the hunter to drop to her feet like a sack of garbage. She'd snapped his neck the way some people break a candy bar in half, and she made Ty so hard he physically hurt. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time to focus on his little lust muffin. The rest of the crows and ravens were silently dropping from the sky, taking out the sentries quickly and quietly. Like the birds themselves, crows and ravens were crafty. Why go in screaming and announcing their presence when they could sneak in and kill everyone efficiently? It wasn't logical, and Ty was all about logic. The little one landed behind Janelle, nearly falling on her ass as her feet touched solid ground. Ty cringed. Man, what a clumsy little thing. But he found her entertaining because she hated Mike so much. It was like watching big league wrestling. Personally, he put his money on the runt. Jaeger landed beside Ty. There were a lot of things in this universe Ty didn't much like, and the look on Jaeger's face at the moment was absolutely at the top of his list. Following behind his leader, he shook his head. Anything not raven or crow would not be getting out of here alive tonight. How any goddess in her right mind could think putting these psychopaths on her ass was a fair trial, she'd never know. And now that Nisi knew who was truly behind this, who truly wanted her dead, that made this whole thing much more disturbing. She saw the rune on the altar. She knew who these hunters belonged to, and Skuld was right. A war was coming, a war among gods. And their warriors were merely pawns. But at this point, Nisi no longer cared about any of that. They could deal with everything else later. Her only goal at the moment was to kill Waldegrave and keep her girls safe. She sensed that without their leader, the rest of the hunters would be easy pickings for the crows and ravens. And she knew the two clans were coming. She knew Jaeger was already here. She could feel his presence like a physical touch. Nisi studied Waldegrave. She'd seen this man before, in the video store. And even though she'd only seen him for a brief second, the details were completely accurate. A big, wide man, Waldegrave had muscles on top of muscles bulging under his clothes. But she was a bit taller than him, and she knew she was faster. She swung the axe again, aiming for his head. For a moment, Waldegrave was startled, but he recovered quickly, blocking her move. He twisted his blade to pull her off balance. Nisi rolled with it, ending up on the other side of Waldegrave, but with her axe still in her hands. She jumped to her feet and immediately swung again. Again, Waldegrave blocked her, but Nisi moved in close and slammed her foot in his groin. He grimaced, and although he didn't double over in pain like most men would, Waldegrave still lost enough momentum for Nisi to pull her axe away and swing. Unfortunately, the weapon had turned in her hands, and the blunt end of her axe slammed against Waldegrave's head. But there was enough force behind the move to knock him off balance. Waldegrave landed face down. Quickly, Nisi walked over to him and planted her foot in his back, keeping him down. She swung the axe over her head, but before she could split his skull in two, Waldegrave spit out a spell that threw her back and across the room, slamming into several slow-moving hunters. Waldegrave smoothly got to his feet. "Did you really think my goddess was going to let some abomination of skulls stop me?" Nisi pulled herself up, her eyes glued on the man walking toward her. "She wants you gone, and it's my job to ensure that you go." Gripping the handle of her axe tight, Nisi felt the power move through it. She knew the runes on it, knew what they could do. In fact, she knew exactly what she had to do. But before she could move, glass shattered, a hunter's carcass tossed through one of the enormous windows. Janelle grinned at her and waved. Crazy fucking female. Jaeger stepped through the window, his beautiful face rigid with anger. "Well, no one, not crow or raven, is getting out of here tonight." "Perfect," Waldegrave leered at her as the crows and ravens followed Jaeger into the room. "All the players in one place." He turned to his men. "Kill them all. Get the girl." Nisi didn't wait for him to turn back to her. Crows didn't give a fighting chance or a head start. They were crows, mean, smart, and brutal. She lifted her axe and swung, her muscles screaming from the effort. Waldegrave turned in time to see the blade flying toward him. He raised his own axe, but he wasn't fast enough. Not fast enough to stop a crow. Nisi cleaved his head in two and never made a sound. Jaeger watched Nisi Lawrence, dressed only in his tank top and covered in dirt and blood, bury her axe in a hunter's head. Another hunter ran toward him. Without turning to face him, Jaeger snatched him up, wrapping his hand around the idiot's throat and squeezing until he crushed every bone in his neck. He dropped the body at his feet and looked up at the rest of the hunters. He didn't know what they saw in his face, but they ran. Nisi walked toward him, her eyes never leaving his, as she softly spoke to the two warrior clans. "None of them leave this house alive. None." "Yes!" Mike and Janelle cheered at the same time. Then both groups were moving and destroying. Standing in front of him now, Nisi stared at him. She had fresh cuts and bruises on her bare arms and legs, but he didn't know from what. He didn't care. "How did you guys get here so fast?" "Fast? It took us over an hour. Wind was against us." She smiled as she stepped closer to him. "Skuld helping us out?" "Or Odin. You know how he is." She glanced around. "Where's Ari?" He gently pushed her bangs off her face. "Outside with Ty. Doing me a favor." Nisi's brow peaked up. "A favor?" Chapter 21. They all stood behind Ari as she chanted, on her knees, her eyes closed. Nisi was freezing in the blanket they'd given her. She wanted to go home, get warm. At this rate, she'd catch a cold or the flu. But she wouldn't rush Ari, not when the girl worked some powerful magic over Carl Waldegrave's family mansion. Waldegrave's house gave a sickening lurch, followed by another sound, like a cannon shot, and suddenly the house folded in on itself, sucked through a big enough doorway only Ari had the power to open. With the house went any bodies of the hunters as well as those who might still live, but had successfully hidden from the two clans. It took less than 30 seconds for the house and its occupants, living and dead, to disappear through the doorway Ari created. In the end, all that remained was burnt grass where the house once stood. Then little Ari Chang burst into tears. Mike turned toward Jaeger, his face desperate. "Jaeger, man, she's fucking crying again." Nisi motioned to Katie and Connie. "Get her, and let's make it quick. I'm catching my death here." As if to emphasize the point, Nisi's head slammed back, then forward, a huge sneeze bursting out of her. And just like that, she was airborne. Her wings snapped out, and she flew back 20 feet, slamming into the trunk of an ancient tree. Connie pulled Ari to her feet as Katie laughed. "Well," Dee Dee offered dryly, "she got her wings back." Nisi pushed herself to her feet. "That's it. I'm now officially done for the night." She walked back to the warriors. "We're out of here. I'm freezing. I'm exhausted. And, is it my imagination?" She glanced at her enormous black and purple wings. "Or are my wings inordinately large?" "They are bigger." Katie walked around her. "I could be wrong, hon, but I think Morgan gave you raven's wings." Nisi let out a huge sigh. "Typical." "They're bigger than Jaeger's," Janelle added. Katie looked at Jaeger. "Does that make you feel inadequate?" "Katie!" Nisi pushed the woman's shoulder, then motioned to the rest of the gathering. "It'll be dawn soon, crows. Move out." Wait a minute. She was leaving him. Jaeger grabbed her arm. "Nisi?" Nisi turned toward him and rewarded him with a warm smile. Going up on her toes, she leaned in and kissed him. Later, she kissed him again. "I promise." Nisi and the gathering took off as Nisi's birds descended on the remains of those not taken with the house. The hunters they'd dealt with before making it inside. The birds would wipe away any evidence the hunters even existed. "You ready, bro?" Ty stood next to him. "Like she said, it'll be dawn soon." Jaeger shook his head. "I don't get it, Ty. I don't get her." His friend smiled as he patted him on the back. "And don't even try. She's a crow." Ty was right. Jaeger was not going to bother trying to figure Nisi Lawrence out. No more playing this game on her terms. This bullshit was over as of now. "Now hold still." "Ow!" Katie stepped back from Nisi. "I didn't touch you yet." "I'm projecting into the future." Ari, her eyes still red from crying, turned to Janelle. "See?" Disgusted, Janelle walked over to the kitchen counter on the other side of the room. She slid onto the countertop, taking the cup of coffee Delia handed her. "So what happens now?" she asked, before sipping her coffee. Nisi shrugged as she leaned away from Katie and her mercurochrome. "Got me." "Dee Dee says she's out of here soon." Katie sighed and leaned back. "Would you stop acting like a child so I can clean off these scrapes?" "So you'll be taking over, right, niece? I mean, you survived and everything." Nisi looked around the birdhouse kitchen at the warriors ready to call her their leader, which seemed really strange considering how she was dressed. In her thermal underwear, under aqua blue Snoopy pajama bottoms from Fran, a pink Hello Kitty sweatshirt from Katie, fuzzy green bunny slippers from Janelle, and a purple knit ski cap from Ari, which, for some unknown reason, had droopy knit balls hanging from the top that kept tickling her nose. She didn't look like a leader. She looked like the crazy lady in her old neighborhood who used to say Moses was in her bathtub drinking a 40-ounce. I don't know. I guess. It's hard to tell with Skald. I somehow doubt she'll show up to tell me or anything. Well, whatever you do, make sure you have a big supply of porn on hand. Nisi looked at Delia. Huh? Penthouse Forum is her favorite. No, she likes Penthouse Variations. Whatever, she's a Penthouse fan. Just keep that in mind. So you're telling me the powerful goddess we worship and serve likes amputee sex? Katie shook her head as she finally cleaned out a light wound on Nisi's neck. Nah, she likes the bondage. And she loves ass play. Delia chuckled. There's nothing like a good cornholing. Okay, I'm done. Nisi pushed Katie away, and she chuckled at her idiot sisters. I'm going to bed. I'm exhausted and still freezing. Janelle put down her coffee mug. What about Jaeger, niece? She shrugged. I love him. Yeah, we got that part. But what are you going to do? I need some time. Lots of life changes in the past couple of weeks. Delia, busily cutting up apples and cheese, tossed over her shoulder. He's not going to wait forever, you know. Nisi brushed her bangs and the fuzzy little balls off her forehead. I never asked him to. Your colors meld together so beautifully, Ari burst out as fresh tears began flowing again. He's so in love with you, she finished on a wail. Janelle's head fell back. Oh, my God. How long are we going to have to put up with the sobbing? Ari turned so fast in her chair, she startled everyone as she pointed one small finger at Janelle. Hey, you open a portal to Helheim and see how you do. Then she burst into another round of tears. Rolling her eyes, Nisi stood up and gently pulled Ari out of her chair. Okay, that's it, Tierline. Let's get you to bed so you can get some sleep. Otherwise, you're gonna drown us all. Crying too hysterically to answer, Ari simply nodded and allowed Nisi to steer her to the kitchen door. But before they reached it, Connie's voice stopped her. Look, niece, I say this is the one woman here who never cares if you have a dick in you or not. Nisi turned to Connie. Okay. But you need to face a cold, hard fact, which is the Gathering will never in this lifetime be as nice to you as Wilhelm Jaeger. In fact, we'll probably go out of our way to make your life hell, because that's what we do. So if I were your dumbass, I'd grab that shit with both hands. Nisi took in a deep breath and calmly stated, with none of the emotion she'd been feeling the past week living with Jaeger. You done? Connie glanced around the room and the other crows nodded. Yeah, we're done. Good. Now listen up. What I do with Jaeger is my own goddamn business. You little cunts try and get into the middle of it, and I'll squash you bitches like flies. Are we clear? She finished with a warm smile. Yeah. Janelle gave a surprised chuckle. We're clear. Wonderful. Good night. Chapter 22. Her first day back at school was surprisingly uneventful, but that could have been because she didn't have to kill a single person with an axe or have anyone sent through a portal to hell. A good number of her students actually looked glad to see her back, And when she wasn't in class, she was in her office talking to all her PhD and master's candidates. She didn't bother going to her apartment. She had a full night of work ahead of her. So she went back to the birdhouse, changed into her standard fighting clothes, and headed out with her crew. They had a full slate this freezing cold January night. The first 3 scumbags they dealt with were just idiots. They hadn't used their items yet, so luckily for them, their blood wasn't necessary. But for fun, the crows scared the living shit out of them. The last one of the night, however, was a real piece of work. He'd not only opened a doorway by sacrificing some junkie he found, he'd enhanced his strength. He put up quite a fight, too. No ravens showed up to help out, and Nisi was confident she didn't need them, even when she ended up in the alleyway dumpster. Yet she couldn't shake the disappointment of not seeing Jaeger. After she dug herself out of the dumpster, she decimated the man with the help of her crows, leaving barely enough to toss into the doorway Ari pulled open. Once it was sealed, the team surrounded her. "Want to come out with us?" Janelle asked, as she slid her blades back into her boots and covered up the weapons with her jeans. "We're hitting a club or 2 tonight before it starts snowing." A blizzard was supposed to be heading their way, and Nisi had to admit she was looking forward to a few snow days. No school. "Nah, I'm exhausted. I've been lounging at Jaeger's too long. It's weakened me." Connie smiled. "The Ravens may be at one of these clubs. Ty was the one who told me about them." "Then I'm definitely not going. I've got a lot to think about tonight. Don't need any distractions. Especially those Jaeger-type distractions." It had only been a day since she last saw Jaeger, but she missed him. No, tonight she was going to make a decision and stick with it. And tomorrow she'd talk to Jaeger. Then she'd fuck the living hell out of him. "Okay." Connie spread her wings. "See you later." She took off, Katie right behind her. Ari gave an adorable little wave and followed. The doorway she'd opened this night didn't require much power, and Ari didn't even sniffle when she was done. Janelle bumped Nisi with her shoulder. "See ya, Big Wing." "Stop calling me that." Before she could take off, Nisi grabbed Janelle's arm. "And watch out for her." "Who? Ari?" "Yeah." "You think she needs it?" "The girl's got more power than is humanly possible, and she has no idea how to really use it yet. Not fully. So we need to watch out for her. Remember, it wasn't me they wanted. Jay." "You know who's after us, don't you, niece?" She nodded. "I saw the rune on the altar before Waldegrave destroyed it." "And?" "It was Hela." Janelle whistled. "The queen of the underworld?" She laughed until Nisi glared at her, clearing her throat. "Ah, sorry. So why use Waldegrave? Her warriors can only be on this plane of existence for a few hours. They're already dead." "Dust to dust? Dust to dust." She needed someone who could focus on us full-time. "You going to tell the others?" Nisi shrugged. "Eventually." "But you think Hela wants our little Ari?" "Maybe." Nisi shrugged. "I really don't know. I do know Ari's the weakest of us, the most vulnerable, at least until she's better trained. But to be honest, I don't want to risk any of you guys." Janelle smirked. "Okay, Mom." Nisi playfully cuffed Janelle on her shoulder. "Freaking smartass. Would you prefer I was a dumbass?" "Some days, yeah." Janelle laughed and followed after the team. With a deep, tired sigh, Nisi unfurled her new, way too big wings and headed home. The wind was blowing her way, and it took her only 10 minutes to make it downtown. She climbed through her window and stumbled into her dark apartment. Somehow she made it to her bathroom in the dark without bumping into anything. She could barely keep her eyes open, so she decided against a shower and just took a quick toilet break. Once done, she stumbled her way in the dark back to her bed, turned, fell back, and hit the floor. "What the?" Nisi sat up and struggled to see in the dark. She really couldn't make anything out, so she got to her feet and made it across the room. She hit the light switch and turned to find her apartment damn near empty. He wouldn't. But she knew he would. She went to her closets. They were empty, as was her bathroom and all her bookshelves. Her bike was still there, as was the basketball net. "I'll kill him!" she screeched, as her exhaustion faded away, leaving only raw rage. She went back the way she came in and launched herself from the small ledge, heading uptown to Jaeger's apartment. Even with the heavy wind against her, she still made it to his apartment in record time. She was too pissed to let something like nature get in her goddamn way. She flew to the patio. The glass doors leading into the apartment were unlocked, and she knew he'd left them unlocked for her. She stormed in only to find the living room deserted. Growling, she moved through his home, finally tracking his tight ass down in his kitchen. He stood at the counter, his back to her, wearing only a pair of boxers. He ate an enormous sandwich, read the newspaper, and looked goddamn gorgeous doing it. Just seeing him sent her heart racing. Had it really only been a day since she'd last seen him? It felt like forever. All she wanted to do was lick his spine from one end to the other. She shook her head. She was pissed, remember? And she planned to stay that way until he explained what the fuck he thought he was doing with her shit. She opened her mouth to speak, but he cut her off. "I was wondering when you'd get here." Jaeger turned around and froze. "Christ, baby, what happened to you?" "Got thrown in a dumpster," she bit out. "That's disgusting, Nisi." "Look, Jaeger, you and me, we need to talk." "Uh-huh." He walked up to her, but stopped abruptly. "Baby, you're funky. Let's get you in the shower." "Wait. We need to talk now." Jaeger took her hand. "Okay." He headed toward his bedroom, dragging her behind him. "I'm serious, Jaeger." "I know. So talk." She growled again. The man was pushing her patience. "First off, you took all my shit." "You make it sound like I gave it to gypsies." "I don't know what you did with it." "What do you think I did with it?" She knew exactly what he did with it. Her clothes were in his closet, lined up right next to his. Her books were in his bookshelves, mixed in with his. And all her tampons and soaps were somewhere in his bathroom cabinets. Bastard. "Look, Jaeger, this isn't fair." He stopped in the middle of the bedroom and pulled the wool socks off her arms. Tossing them aside, he lifted her tank top over her head, forcing her to raise her arms. "How so?" "We're talking about major changes in my life. I need time to think, to plan, to strategize. You don't rush into this sort of thing." Her black jeans hit the floor, and she desperately tried to ignore the fact that the man she loved now kneeled in front of her to remove her boots and shuck her pants. "All that bullshit takes too long." "It's not bullshit, and that's not your call." "No, it's probably not. But I have no patience, and I was tired of arguing." He dropped her dirty clothes in the hamper. Giving her a quick wink, he again grabbed her hand and dragged her into the bathroom. He released her long enough to turn the shower on and adjust the water temperature. Nisi wrapped her arms around her body. She was freezing. Not surprising. She was always freezing after hunting in the winter. I don't care if you were tired of arguing, and I didn't want to argue. I wanted to discuss. Yeah, well, I was tired of discussing too. He turned around and frowned at her shivering. He moved up close to her and rubbed her arms. Look, all I'm saying is this isn't an easy thing for me to do. I need time. Shit. How did he get her bra and panties off without her even noticing? God damn him! I'm really not in the mood to give you time. You're not... Before she could punch him in the face, he lifted her by the waist and carefully placed her in the shower. By the time she pushed her still too long but now thoroughly wet bangs out of her face, Jaeger had shucked his boxers and stood behind her. This isn't about whether you want to give me time. He put that freaking expensive shampoo on her hair and began massaging her head. She almost came from that alone. True, but I warned you I wouldn't play fair, now didn't I? That's not the... Oh, that feels good, she sighed. He gave a little hum in response as he moved close behind her. She could feel his hard cock pressing into the small of her back. His hands felt wonderful on her scalp, and the feel of his flesh rubbing against hers was making her sopping wet and crazy. Damn it! This was why she needed some time alone, because the man could distract her without even trying. He finished washing her hair and finger-combed his expensive conditioner through it. While he left that in, he washed the rest of her, taking his time, lingering over her hot spots. At this point, she didn't even bother arguing with him. As it was, she could barely speak. Once done rinsing her off, she simply took the soap and began washing him. He closed his eyes and let her do what she wanted, a small smile playing on his lips the entire time. When she was ready to wash his hair, she looked up at him. I never thought I'd ever be able to say this to a man who wasn't in the NBA, but you're too tall for me to wash your hair. She waited for him to bend down a bit so she could make his scalp feel as good as hers, but instead, he slowly dropped to his knees in front of her. Steeling herself at how beautiful this 6'7" Viking god looked, kneeling at her feet, she began washing his hair. As Nisi worked really hard to concentrate on washing his hair from root to ends, she felt Jaeger's hands slide up the back of her legs. His big fingers gliding over her wet skin, drawing out those intense feelings she never had with anyone else in her life. As she massaged his scalp, his hands gripped her ass and pulled her closer to him. Open your legs, Nisi. Clearing her throat, Nisi tried to get control over her exploding emotions. It wasn't really working, but she still made the attempt. Silently, she braced her feet apart and buried her fingers deeper in his hair. Jaeger leaned forward a bit, burying his face between her legs. His tongue took long licks of her pussy as his hands squeezed and massaged her cheeks. Without meaning to, Nisi let go. She let go of having her ass tossed in a dumpster, of getting used to her overly large wings, and of taking over leadership of a clan of indescribably rowdy, bitchy women. She let go of anything that didn't have to do with Jaeger and her snatch. Tomorrow, she'd worry about all the bullshit tomorrow. As all her stress and worries melted away, Jaeger's tongue and an interesting placed finger shot her over the edge. Her head fell back as she gasped out her orgasm, her fingers still buried in Jaeger's gorgeous hair. When the shaking simmered down to a gentle trembling, Jaeger stood up, quickly rinsed his hair, and then lifted her in his arms. "God, baby, you're exhausted." "I am, but I can still walk on my own." "I know, but this is much more fun." Placing her carefully on the bathroom sink counter, Jaeger grabbed a towel and dried her off. Once done, he quickly dried himself off and took her back to the bedroom. He pulled the covers back and put her down on the soft bed. Jaeger clicked off the light and snuggled up behind her, his arms tight around her middle, his face buried in the back of her neck. This really seemed to be his favorite position. Feeling Jaeger's big body surrounding her, Nisi felt safe, content, and home. With that last thought making her smile, she went to sleep. Jaeger woke up to find Nisi staring at him, her arms wrapped around her legs, her knees tucked up under her chin. He stretched and smiled. "Hey, baby." "Morning, Jaeger." She held up her arm, the metal cuff loose around her wrist, the chain attached to the bed frame clinking against itself. "What is this?" "I wanted to make sure you were here when I woke up." She blinked. "You're a little crazy, aren't you?" He shrugged. "I'm not sane." Sighing, she looked out the window. Blizzard hit last night, and it's still going. Well, that explained why it was so freaking bright in the room. Grinning. "Cool, snow day." She laughed. "God, you're such a geek, Jaeger." "Yup." Jaeger sat up and leaned in, his eyes focused on her breasts. He couldn't wait to get her nipples in his mouth. He couldn't wait to be buried balls deep inside her. But one brown hand slammed against his chest. "Hold it," he growled. "What?" "Don't growl at me," she snapped. "We need to talk." "I don't want to talk. I want to fuck." "Fine, then I'll talk." "Can't it wait?" "No." Jaeger gave a deep, painful sigh. Sitting back, he dropped against the headboard, wincing as his head hit hard steel. Clearing her throat to stop herself from laughing, Nisi raised her chained arm. She gestured to it. "Hello?" "I'll take it off when you're done." There may be a blizzard outside, but he didn't put it past Nisi Lawrence to still try and bolt. Rolling her eyes, she again wrapped her arms around her legs, successfully blocking her pretty tits from his view. Damn it. "So, this is the deal, Jaeger. Take it or leave it. If I stay, if I stay, I won't leave. It means we're together. Forever and all that shit. I don't sneak around, and I'm too honest to cheat. So if you plan on keeping me, you'd best be prepared that this is the only pussy you'll be getting until Ragnarok comes. If that's a problem for you, then you best call the movers and start moving my shit back." "I didn't call movers. The crows brought your stuff here." They... She took a deep breath. "I'll deal with that later. Where was I?" He pointed at her lap. "That'll be the only pussy I'm getting." "Oh, yeah. Okay, so make up your mind now. I will keep teaching. I will lead the crows until Scold tells me otherwise. I don't know if I want kids or not. It's definitely not a priority. So if that's a problem for you, say it now." She took another deep breath. "I am really cranky in the mornings, and no, coffee doesn't help. That's why I don't drink it." Christmas is my favorite time of year, and the crows do Secret Santa since there's so many of us. Although I always give something special to my team. I say we avoid trying the dating thing again, since that seems to lead to mutilation. I don't go out much except to party with the crows. To me, a fun night is pasta, Law and Order, and masturbating. Although, if we can switch out the masturbating for sex, I'm okay with that. Fighting really hard not to smile, he said, "Anything else?" "Just one. I like that you're nice to me, even though it still weirds me out a little. But if you promise not to stop, I'll promise to work really hard not to get that panicked look on my face when you do something particularly sweet." Jaeger couldn't fight it anymore. He grinned. How could he not? She was wonderful. "That'll work." They stared at each other until Nisi gestured with a flip of her hand. "Your turn." "I get a turn?" "Yes." "Okay, let's see. The only pussy I want or will ever want is yours, so no worries there," he grinned. "It's very tasty." "Jaeger." He held his hand up. Okay. I don't really have a favorite holiday, but whatever will make you happy is what I'll do. The only thing, Mike comes to Thanksgiving dinner. His other option is his father's, and I can't do that to him. Of course, I figure you won't mind since you already had his ass in your face." He glared at her before continuing. "Even though I don't have a favorite holiday, I do love summertime. I spend hours on the computer. Hours. Not just for the business, but because I really love it. But I have laptops, so I won't spend all my time in the office. And nothing makes me happier than the thought of sitting next to you on the couch, working on my laptop, while you watch Law and Order." She smiled warmly at his words, especially knowing that I can just reach over and start finger-fucking you. Nisi coughed in surprise. "I hope you're not a pet fan, 'cause I really don't want a pet. I could care less about kids. And on very rare occasions, Odin may drop by in bed with us." "What?" "I already told him he shouldn't do that on a regular basis anymore, 'cause you'll hurt him. I'm not cranky in the mornings, but I do love to fuck when I wake up, which was one of the reasons I was annoyed you kept leaving." He glared at her again, but she only chuckled. "So, cranky or not, be prepared for a regular dose of morning cock, as I like to call it. I'm okay with not dating, but I have every intention of marrying you, and I want the full-on honeymoon. 2 weeks in the Caribbean, no telephone, no gods, no work." "Just me in a bikini?" Nisi reared back, startled. "Now where the hell did that come from?" Jaeger shrugged. "I have no idea." Suspicious eyes locked with his, but she apparently decided not to pursue it as she asked, "Anything else?" "Just one." "This isn't the will thing again, is it? 'Cause I actually like calling you Jaeger." "No." "The nice thing?" "No." "This is the only pussy you can ever have thing?" "No." "Then what?" "Tell me you love me, Nisi." She blinked, an expression of horror spreading over her face. I didn't already say that?" "No, you didn't." Nisi smoothly sat up so that she rested on her knees. "Oh, God, Jaeger, I'm so—" She stopped trying to move toward him, the chain halting her. Growling, she held her arm up. Jaeger bit back his smile as he grabbed the key from off the bedside table.
"Sorry about that,"
he chuckled as he unlocked her. "Where did you get this thing from anyway? It looks fucking medieval."
"Ty."
Nisi stared at him for a long moment. "Okay, keep him away from my girls, especially Janelle." Now free, Nisi crawled into Jaeger's lap. She placed her hands on both sides of his face, stroking his jaw and staring deep into his eyes. He brushed her nipples with the back of his knuckles, and when she sighed, her wings unfurled, black and powerful from her back. He'd never seen anything more beautiful besides Nisi herself. "I love you, Jaeger." She leaned forward and kissed him softly. He knew what it took for her to say the words, and he knew she'd only say them if she meant them. "I love you," she whispered against his lips. He wrapped his arms around her waist. "I love you, baby. I'll always love you." She gave an uncharacteristically shy smile as she leaned into him. "So, what do we do now?" "That's easy." Jaeger pulled her tight against him, and her wings curled around them as she slid her arms around his neck. "We're going to spend our snow day being nice to each other, Nisi Lawrence, over and over and over again, until one of us passes out or dies." Nisi smiled, resting her forehead against his. "Now that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me." This concludes Hunting Season by Shelley Lawrenston. Narrated by Alexandra Shawnee. Copyright 2009 by Shelley Lawrenston. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Shelley Lawrenston, care of Ethan Ellenberg Agency, and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.